Do you want? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Demons. Do you want to play? Answer me. Face me. Do you want to play? Show me your hate. Show me your rage. Do you want to play? Demon. Bury yourself in hell. Bury yourself. In hell. Miserable creatures. Creepy ass creatures. Dirty asshole creatures. Do you wanna play? Do you wanna play? Burn in Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you want? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Demon!
Face me!
Do you want to play?
Show me your hate!
Show me your rage! Do you want to play? Do you want to? Do you?
Bury yourselves in hell! Bury yourselves in hell!
Miserable creatures, creepy ass creatures, dirty asshole creatures,
Burn in hell! Burn!
demons!
want to play?
Demons.
Do you want to play? Answer me, face me. Do you want to play? Show me your rate, show me your rate. Do you want to play? Bury yourself in hell. Bury yourself in hell. Bury yourself in hell. Miserable creatures. Creepy ass creatures. Dirty asshole creatures. Burn in hell.
Demons.
Do you want to play? Burn in hell. Burn in hell. Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with coal, soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful, on guard, in a realm filled with dirty liars.
close. With zombies and demons, we dispose. We dispose. Dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast them. Burn in hell. Burn. 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 Burn!
Genesis. In Genesis, God created evil. God loves evil. God created darkness. God made hell. God is the devil. The devil. God's heart beats you down, down, down. Beats you down. God's heart beats you down. Lucifer, morning star. Jesus, morning star. How they wonder what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little jar. Abominations, revelations. God loves demons. God loves demons. God rewards liars. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole. Liars. This is a hell realm. God loves slaves. God loves zombies. God will pay. God will pay. Fuck your gods. 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 Kneel and praise. You zombie slaves. Glorify and worship. Eat me, drink shit. Praise God. Praise. Praise. Zombie slaves. God loves demons. God loves. God loves demons.
This is the dream time. This is the dream time. awakened spirit under glass in the Thunderdome. This is the dream time. This is the dream time.
Jesus, Jesus, sweet Jesus on a pogo stick. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Jesus in a tiny tree house, Jesus on roller skates. Black Jesus, my tiger's purple and gold, purple and gold. Dolphin Jesus.
Mexican Jesus,
Yo home,
Mexican Jesus,
yo home,
Jesus loves tacos, Jesus loves tacos, not putos.
no, puto.
Jesus loves you.
Yes, I know, and the Bible tells you so. Jesus loves cancer. Yes, I know, every liar tells you so. God loves cancer, God loves death, God loves disease and cigarettes. God is awesome. My God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above. He fucks your minds with false love and watches you suffer, suffer with love. Jesus tastes salty and sweet. Taste Jesus at church. Swallow Jesus down nice and deep. Swallow Jesus, eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Sweet Jesus, the morning star. Jesus loves you drunks at the bar. Jesus loves the homeless bums. Jesus loves vodka, gin, coke, and rum. Jesus loves you, yes I know, and even tells you so. Jesus loves floods, earthquakes, and tornadoes. He loves you lying hoes. Jesus loves prayers and wishes. He loves to be praised by you dumb bitches. Off in Jesus. Jesus loves you inside out. Jesus hates when you doubt that he's good and perfect. Don't you dare question dumb dum dums. Love the Lord, love the Lord. Love your hippie Jesus. Love the Lord, love the Lord. Jesus on the cross cried tears of joy. Jesus is coming back, bitches, to make you his fuck toys and rock your world. Shh.
Shut the fuck up,
Bitches and hoes,
bitches and hoes,
bitches and hoes,
bitches and hoes,
bitches and hoes. calls you zombies.
Ravens scream in the blood red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here.
Yeah.
The choice is clear. Laughter rides a howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh, Beth. She has the $ Beth Mahu. Cash App. Imagine going on a panel show, a live stream panel, and having that below your name, like, oh, just I'm on the show just in case you want to donate money to me. It's become such a grifter culture on YouTube that it's actually pathetic and sickening. Look at the eyebrows. How much more work do you have to do tweezing your eyebrows, Beth? Look at the hair. Look at the look. Looks like a piercing right by the one eyebrow. Looks like an eyebrow piercing for an old woman. What are you doing? Are you that hard up for money? You have your little Cash App dollar sign right below her name. That's what that is. That's her Cash App. People put their Cash App. She was on Talcott's show, and she has her Cash App there. Just in case somebody watching the show, I guess, wants to randomly send her money. What, for just being on a live stream? How did you earn any like, what are you doing? What are these people doing with this? It looks disgusting. It looks pathetic. An old woman putting her Cash App below her name when she was on Talcott's shit show. It looks as pathetic as this guy here. This guy begs for shekels. This guy's a grifter. Crazy eyes. He's going to be recycled. Crying about it, Jake, crying victim won't do anything. That won't help you. You're going into the bin, bitch. That's where you're headed. And so are you, this one. Superfan Aphrodite. Rose Starfire Eater, aka period blood eater, menstrual fluids. She eats all that garbage, that gunk that's actually a waste product that comes out of women. She dries it and eats it and says it tastes like chocolate on her hands. She's gross. She's disgusting. There's a lot of disgusting, demonic losers in this realm. There's a lot of grifters. There's a lot of shekels beggars. There's a lot of fakes, a lot of phonies, a lot of demons, a lot of felons, a lot of creeps, a lot of weirdos. This is a demonic hell realm. For the people that have been looking, this is obvious. It's all around you. Real men don't beg for shekels on YouTube. And they hate that. They think I'm taking money out of their pockets. They think hello, Salty Siren. Hello. Hello. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell and the hottest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. 33 minutes, 33 seconds just went by. So I wanted to put out my radio call sign right at that time. This one here, I'm going to go back to this for a second. This old woman was on Talcott's show. She follows Flow State around. I've seen her on Flow State's show. That's the only place I've seen her. Flow States, and then the other day, I think it was yesterday, was the first time I saw her on Talcott's shit show for shills. Aren't you embarrassed, like, to put that Cash App and say, well, I'm a guest on a show, send me money? Like, what is that? Do you have that on your car? Do you have your Cash App as a bumper sticker on the back of your car? Do you have a little sign that says, check me out? If you like me, send me a Cash App donation? Like, how pathetic. People with their hand out for money. Please don't give me money. Give me money for everything. Give me money. Give me money. I exist. I'm on a panel channel. I'm a guest on a shit show. I'm on Talcott's clown shit show. Give me money. Cash App me, please. I'm an old woman with fucked up eyebrows. Please send me money. I've tweezed the shit out of my eyebrows until they look completely unnatural. They look almost like frowning faces, like a square, like they're a straight line. I wonder if they move or if she has Botox. Send me money. Cash App, Beth Mahuch. Beth Mahuch. Beth Mahaktua. Like, look at this. She's asking for money. It's incredible. Oh, Andy, are you trying to be insulting? Andy, don't be like that. Be respectful. Be respectful. Learn some manners. I know you hang around shithead demons, but learn some manners. Why don't you come on here and join me? Hop on here. Andy Pansy. She's got the frowning eyebrows. Look at this. $ Beth Mahoch. Michiel. Beth Michiel. That's just gross. Don't do that if you're a woman or if you're a man. People have seen this for probably a year, maybe 2 years now. Real men don't beg for shekels. On YouTube. On YouTube. And it is retarded. YouTube is retarded. Who's your favorite Looney Tunes character? Who's your favorite Looney Tunes character? It's retarded to beg for shekels on YouTube. You'd have to be a pathetic loser. A loser to beg for shekels on YouTube. Like this guy here. He's a loser. There's a lot of losers out there. This sneaky snake is in love with Talcott, and he's a loser. He's a loser. This fucking bitch. This fucking bitch. When I called her a fucking bitch or something like that, this is how she reacted. She couldn't believe it. Well, I can speak freely here without getting backstaged or blocked. Talcott, your little tyrant, pissant, loser, doesn't allow people to speak freely at all, especially me. I think I might be the only one he has blocked on StreamYard on his whole channel. Everyone else is welcome there, except for me. I'm the only one that he has blocked on StreamYard from going on his panel. He has all of my accounts banned. He's a coward. He's a pissant. He's a loser. He's a loser. That's what he is. He's a loser. He's a loser. Where are my super fans at? Here's one. Creepy Keith. Here's a big one here. She's probably tuned in. This is a big one. This is a big super fan. Extra large super fan. Here's another one. Aphrodite Rose, Starfire Eater. It's another fan, super fan. Trexty, of course. She's a super fan. She tunes in here. She lurks here and watches. This guy also is creepy character. He smells like shit, according to Alex Stein. And I believe it. I was saying that guy stinks the very first time I saw him on YouTube, on Talcott's show. I was saying he looks dirty. He looks nasty. He looks smelly. He looks like a smelly cockroach. He doesn't even know what cologne is. He's a fucking loser. Watch this. He's a loser. He's a loser. He backstaged me yesterday again on his shit show, and I was only on there for 5 or 10 seconds. He's a cowardly little fucking weasel of a loser.
He had to do probably when he told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked then.
I think I did. I think I've been very good up to that point, because he's like wears all the perfumes, all the
colognes,
the colognes, all that.
Listen to how retarded this guy is. He wears all the perfumes. Men wear perfumes in America. Do you call them perfumes? In the USA, you call them perfumes. Really? Are you that retarded? He wears all the perfumes. I have dozens. I probably have over 100 different fragrances in my collection. But they're not perfumes, you fucking retard.
Stuff.
He does.
And I was maybe wearing, 2-day-old pants, and he could smell it from a mile away. So they call me Dirty Laundry for it's not just my P-Star name.
You told me that he said he saw you one day, and then the next day he pulled aren't those the same pants you wore yesterday?
Yep. He was watching me.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, my funniest thing with him was definitely
He wants to work with Alex Stein. He wears the same fucking pants every day. And this Jaren character just loves a WWE, WWF. He's another one that never grew up. You know, this Jaren guy that Landry worked for is a cuck. He lets his wife have sex with other men. Other men bang Jaren's wife. And you know, Landry's following suit because Landry's wife left him. I think she's banging other men. She took their daughter and left and went out of state. She hasn't been around for months, in case you haven't noticed. Landry's place looks disgusting. Hello, footprints. Good to see you. Landry stinks like shit, according to Alex Stein. Now let's read the comments here. Some people commented on this. Mind Mirage said, and look at Dirty Laundry's living conditions in the background. And I called that out. And when he first started doing his live streams in the Panelverse, the so-called Panelverse, aka the Demonverse, the same filthy conditions that I mentioned last year, saying his daughter was in filthy conditions, crawling around on the floor, neglected by him as he sat on YouTube all day long. Many, many people on YouTube had an issue with that and said, how is that neglect or abuse? YouTube is full of tards, demon tards. And then she responded, Mind Mirage responded, you 100% said this and called it like it is. I did. He got worried that he was going to be wearing a fucking ankle bracelet for neglecting his daughter and leaving her to crawl around on a dirty floor all day long while he sat staring at a screen. And she's a newborn, crawling around in a filthy room, neglected, nobody paying attention to her. Because the mama was out working at Starbucks or some coffee place, and he was in charge, and all he did was sit on fucking YouTube live streams all day long. That's no way for a baby to live. And people defended that, of course. That's what demons do. I wasn't joking last year when I called him out for being filthy and neglectful. I was right on target. I'm not shocked that Alex Stein said that he stinks like shit. I could tell he stinks first time seeing him on YouTube. I'm not kidding about that. I could see that he fucking stinks. Wendy wrote, demons don't mind living in filth. 100%. And I responded, I knew he was filthy immediately. First time seeing him on Talcott's shit clown show. Filthy demon tard, dirty laundry. And she responded, your intuition / radar is spot on. Well, I prove it. People can go back and look. The very first time I saw him on Talcott's show, I said, he's a fucking dirty ass weirdo demon. And he is. I could see what he is right away. And I asked if he's an incel back then. I said to him, are you an incel? When I was on the panel with him. She was totally neglected and just crawling around on a dirty, filthy floor all day. He'd be on YouTube 16 hours straight. And then he talks about other people. Oh, Steven, you do 12-hour streams. I don't have a baby. I'm not a caretaker or a father to a baby, a newborn. You retard. They can't look at differences. They just want to group people in. Demons are so fucking disgusting and pathetic, and so are their defenders. If you defend demons, I'll have no mercy on you. I can assure you of that. That's one thing that I can tell you for certain. You're going to be facing punishment, you people that defend these fucking demons. Because you're in the wrong morally. You're defending shit, some of you. Some of you that come around to my channel and lurk here. You're demon defenders in the Panelverse, in the Demonverse. That's what you are. And you deserve everything that is coming with you. Everything that's coming to you. You deserve it. Because you'll defend these demons that just do shit for money. And it's all lies and drama. And they show what they are by how they treat babies, their own baby. They're just disgusting in every possible way. The way they stink, the way they live in filth, the way they neglect their children, the way they abuse their children, like Talcott allegedly did with his son. This is the thing. And people, it's so obvious to see. If you can't see it, then I know that spiritually you're fucked up. It isn't a matter of, oh, they're just too dumb or they don't get it. You are a demon defender and you belong in this fucking realm. Some of you tuned in right now might fit that description. I don't care who tunes out, by the way. I don't care. I don't care about my numbers. I care about the truth. I don't give a shit if it hurts your feelings or triggers you or offends you. Good. Good. You need to hear it because some of you are defenders of these filthy, fucking nasty demons. Jaron lets his wife fuck other men. And that's been going on for years. And that's not a rumor. He said it. He's a cuck. And that's the hero to Landry. And Landry's wife left him months ago, by the way, and took the baby. She doesn't live there anymore. She hasn't been around for months, going back to last year. It's probably a good 6 months at this point. It's past. She hasn't been around. You haven't seen Landry with his baby anymore because they don't live there. And part of it is because I exposed what Landry is. And his wife started thinking about it. Yeah, he is stinky. He is shit. He is useless. He is a demon. He is a joke. He is pathetic. And she started to ponder it and thought, why am I with this fucking loser? He is a loser. He is a booger eater. He is a greasy-haired, stinky mess that stinks like shit and eats his eye boogers. He is all the things that I have shown him to be in videos. He is all of that and more. He's a nasty fucking demon. He's a loser. And he can't face me. He always backstages because he's a coward. So she lost respect for him. And he said that he's not in love with her. She dumped you, Landry.
He had to do
Probably when he
something.
told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked then.
I think I did. I think I've been very good up to that point, you know, because he's like wears all the perfumes, all the
colognes,
the colognes, all that stuff.
He does.
And I was
He sounds like a total retard because he wears all the perfumes. You don't even know what you're saying, like basic conversation. You're an absolute retard. You truly are, Landry. You're trying to get this false confidence, but it doesn't make you smarter. That's what he's been trying to do. And that's what demons do. They come up with false confidence, but not competence. False confidence, not competence. You're incompetent even with language. Even as simple as you don't know the difference between cologne, men's cologne, and perfume. Perfume is for women. Now, maybe in France they might say perfume for men or eau de toilette, but in America it's almost always known as cologne or fragrance, men's fragrance, but not perfume. Perfume is the feminine. But you're a moron. You're a loser. You can't even describe anything. And this isn't just one mistake where people, the dummies, would say, "Oh, you're just picking on him for making a mistake." And no, he's always like this. This is a pattern with this loser. He can't think of the words for anything. He's an absolute loser, and so are his fans. His fans of his show are some of the biggest losers ever. And I called out Nolan last night, and I would call out anyone that hangs out at Landry's, Lindsay, or any of these losers. You're a loser if you watch this fucking filthy, stinky demon. You're a loser. And that's not something that, Nolan will go and giggle. No, I mean it. It's true. You're a loser. You're a real loser following this shit, being a fan of this and kissing up to this. You are a loser. And you belong in this hell realm.
I was maybe wearing 2-day-old pants, and he could smell it from a mile away. So they call me Dirty Laundry for it's not just my P-Star name.
You could smell it from a mile away. And then he'll call it his P-Star, his corn star name. But he'll say to others that they're nasty if they mention porn or if they make a joke. But he's a total hypocrite. He does that with everything. Everything. He'll make sexual jokes, but then he doesn't like it when other people do. Yeah, this is more important. Living in a nasty place and being on YouTube all the time, trying to avoid working and wanting to make tons of money on YouTube like his idols do. Like his shill idols like Jaren the cuck. Jaren is a cuck. His wife has sex with other men. He knows about it. He's cool with that. And I've known that for years about him. So have others. So if you want to follow these fucking losers, go ahead, but I'm going to see you as a loser. If that makes you cry or if it hurts your feelings, too bad. A lot of you in this realm need to grow the fuck up and toughen up and face reality. You're following losers. You're following demons and defending them. And the most likely reason is that you're losers yourselves. The ones that cuck and follow and kiss up to Landry or Talcott. They're losers. Your heroes are fucking losers. It's disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourselves. But you don't have shame, you losers. Loser demon tards. You're more like the Thorpes.
You know, when the kids were younger and Grace and John were fighting, at one point, I gave them 2 knives and said, go ahead, kill yourself. I never peeped. But I did have a thing when I was going to school there because I'll admit I wasn't I'm not the healthiest guy. I had issues. But we were in Cambridge, Mass, at a place that would be unprohibitively expensive now, but it was owned by the school. There was a building right across from us, and there was a family in the building, and there was I don't know, older. I'm gonna say she was in her 20s. This girl, and they wouldn't put the curtains down, and I would just be waiting for the girl to take her, to undress for the night, and I mean, that's terrible. But I did spend a lot of hours looking over there. You just sit there for hours. You're going like, oh, okay, come on, please.
On the side of caution when she's joking around with a 16-year-old girl, I mean, that's just obviously ridiculous. No.
What is being cautious with a 16-year-old?
Yeah, I mean, we're 2 girls. I mean, like the fact that
if we were talking, they could talk about like, is penis size important? Let's just say, right?
Ben, shut the fuck up.
You'll say this is provocative. I think a lot of the sexual predator priest stuff is overblown. I think a lot of those kids were gay kids.
I think you're
I think 14-year-old whores who go on a mingle and are hoping to see a penis deserve to encounter porn.
I do think women are largely whores, but I wouldn't speak from my own experience. I've had several homosexual encounters, but I've not had any gay sex. I got somewhat molested by a beautiful girl when I was visiting my friend Joe Shabatoni. I loved it. I mean, she was beautiful. I think of it.
Go off a tangent.
Fondling.
Are you trying to say you got molested by a younger woman? Did you just?
No, she was old. She was old. His older sister. She was gorgeous.
Joe Sabatoni.
Yeah. And his mother sort of agreed with him. It was crazy. Totally crazy. Nothing to do with YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
He found some, whatever, this is when his mother was, I mean, this isn't really like YouTube, right? So he was convinced of this somehow. I think his mother was telling him. So he went through his sister's phone and she sent me something, a teenage girl will send something. Maybe it was an emoji of a,
I think in a phrase it was, hey, can you come up here and bring that big dick with you? And plant emojis?
Yeah.
I have no memory. I don't know.
Saying, I think I'm the most sexually normal guy in the world. I was told, I have someone who goes to my chat who's a 16-year-old girl, and I was told like it's really, really a problem. I was like, what would be the problem? I chat with her. I would meet her in person. I would tell a 6-year-old girl that her dress looked pretty.
Ben.
I'm a pedophile in the Greek sense, Mike. Lover of children. I love children, especially girls.
Ben.
I love children, especially little girls.
I think you,
especially girls.
Ben.
I go say I love children, especially a pedophile in the Greek sense, Mike. Lover of children. I love children, especially girls.
Ben.
I go say I love children, especially little girls.
I think you should be less ambiguous about that.
And I like to, I guess you could call it flirting, flirt with little girls and say like how pretty they look.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Oh, I think that's your problem, guys. A normal man loves to flirt with a little girl and say, "Are you a pretty little girl?"
Flirt with little girls, you fucking
What's wrong with him?
It depends what you mean by flirt, but yeah, like flirt. Yeah, like say like, "Aren't you a pretty little girl?" Oh, my kids were little. I very much loved their little bodies, and I pinched their butts and all that stuff. That was very touchy feely. I think you're crazy if you're not, but I'm not.
Is that your hero? Some that might be lurking here might watch this later on that defend the demons. Is that your hero? I'm going to drop a link to that in the chat for people. I'm going to drop a link to that video. He admits to sexting his daughter, a danger to his family. Ben Thorpe. Demon. I dropped the link in the chat for you. So that's what you're dealing with on YouTube and out there in society. That is Ben Thorpe. He's a buddy of Jack Talcott. And Jack Talcott's not much different from that, by the way. People are starting to see that Talcott is a creep. It isn't just one on YouTube. I've been exposing them for years now. Not the Thorpes, but the demons in general. There's a lot of demons running amok in this realm. And a lot of people don't want to face it. They want to pretend that this place is something other than what it actually is. I show you what it actually is, not what people want to pretend and wish. This is a filthy, rotten, demonic hell realm full of demons. Start facing where you are.
Okay, so I was just watching a protest live stream on MKR Audits' YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and join the live stream. This disgusting animal was brought to my attention. She is a member of Stand Up to Racism and a Palestine protester from Yorkshire. Now, at the protest, she turned around to white reporters and white protesters and called them dirty white people. So first, we're going to take a look at the footage, and then I'm going to give you my thoughts on the situation.
See what she's saying. How many brown people? Oh, wait a minute, they were all white. They were all white, Christian. Oh dear.
I don't even know what she's talking about. I came to this conversation too late. Came to this too late, chat. Don't know what's going on. Sorry, guys.
Dear. No brown people. No.
I can't give you any context because I got here too late.
Oh dear. Oh dear. No. No brown people. No Muslims on the Epstein file. Oh dear.
I think you'll find that Epstein was actually providing money to Khomeini for weaponry. Chat, just so you're aware, there was a massive load of Muslim people on the list. I have been through it. So there is Muslim people on the list, and Epstein was funding weaponry to Khomeini. Just said that. There was a lot of different people of different religions, different races in the Epstein files, and Epstein was supplying funds to Iran, to the IRGC.
Look at that thing in the red and black coat that almost looks like a blanket. It almost looks like she can't fit in a coat. What white people would stand by her? Maybe they're Jewish. I hope they're not British people. In this sense, I hope they're Jewish because a lot of them stand with the anti-whites. Just disgusting. Dirty white people, it says. That would be enough for me to say, yeah, you're not welcome here. I don't want you here. I'm going to point something out while I have this video on the screen for you. You see in the top left, this female overweight cop that looks somewhat like a woman, but I can hardly tell. There's nothing feminine about it. It's huge and it doesn't look feminine. But I don't think it's a man. I think it's one of those, it's Pat from Saturday Night Live that was androgynous. You couldn't quite tell if it was a man or a woman. It's like that, but I'm leaning towards it probably is female. But it's very strange. It has an earpiece in. See that? But around the hat is the checkerboard. And it wraps around the head, around the skull, and right over the pineal gland, the third eye. But it's wrapping right around the skull saying, we own you. We own your mind. We're wrapping our Freemasonic checkerboard floor pattern around your skull to show the world you have to wear this uniform, this hat, to show people you're owned by us. You're a fucking pet of ours, basically. That's what that symbolism is. I hope you understand. They do that in the UK, and they also do that, I think, in Australia as well. Victoria, certain places in Australia, might not be all across Australia. It's a big country. But in parts of it, they definitely have that uniform with the checkerboard wrapped around the skull to show who owns it. Just like soldiers have to wear dog tags. Okay? This is not high level. It's just simple stuff that I've known for decades. But this, unfortunately, I wish it wasn't the case. This is the stuff most people love to hear. They don't want to hear about Hell Realm. They're more like Nolan. Most in this realm are more like Nolan. They want low-level stuff. They want to talk about how President Trump, he said, is Lucifer and all this kind of stuff. They want this kind of stuff. This is the level people want to stay at for life. They want to talk about this for 50 years and not learn what the realm is. It's one tiny piece of the puzzle, but I'm tossing it out there to you today. And I've covered this in videos on my channel. You have to watch the videos, though, more than live streams. I've covered this already over the years, long ago. The checkerboard on the screen, on its hat, is showing that it is owned. That's a symbol for Freemasonry. It's the Freemasonic checkerboard floor pattern. And it's used by cops, part of their uniform, on purpose, to show you that they are the pawns of stormtroopers of Freemasons. They're owned. They're owned. And it's also a form of magic to wrap it around saying, you don't think for yourself, you just fucking follow orders. You follow our orders. The floor is worn around the skull. Be an obedient slave. Be an order follower to us. That's all that you are, is what Freemasons are saying to cops. And a lot of cops are first to third degree, low level Freemasons. A lot of firefighters are as well. A lot of doctors are as well owned. Part of the club. Not all of them, but quite a few. And even the ones that aren't, they still control the police forces. So this one on the screen doesn't necessarily have to go to a Freemasonic lodge. It's still an order follower doing the bidding of Freemasonry whenever they tell you crack down on this group and leave this group alone. Leave the pride LGBTs alone. Leave the anti-whites alone, but crack down on British people. And they'll do it. They're mindless order followers.
To Khomeini, who's a Muslim, to provide money for weapons, for weaponry.
Dirty white people.
There's no Muslims in the Epstein list, is there?
You just said dirty white people. That is racist. Yo, that is insane. You just said dirty white people and none of these police officers are arrested. She just said dirty white people.
Killing and murdering
Racism right there. Shows you how
children,
racist
eating
left
the
out. Police want them
insides of children.
Epstein paid Khomeini for weaponry.
Hold on. Let me just skip that back again before people start saying she didn't say that.
Children
to provide money for weapons, for weaponry.
Dirty white people. Dirty white people.
There's no Muslims in.
So you heard her say dirty white people. Now watch what the police actually do. MKR audits and breaks tell the police what she just said. They acted like all astonished like they didn't hear it. They know exactly what she fucking said. They walked over to her, gave her a polite word, but she was not arrested. Check this out.
Epstein list is not.
She just said dirty white people. That is racist. Yo, that is insane. She just said dirty white people and none of these police officers are arrested. She just said dirty white people.
Look at the shock on this woman's face. The crazy thing is 90% of Stand Up to Racism members are actually white. But look at this scumbag as well. She stood there with her tongue stuck out. I think that's actually a man, by the way. And she's got a crutch, so he's probably on PIP. But yeah, she stood there with her tongue out. But look at this white person there. She doesn't look too impressed by it. She looks pretty shocked by it, actually. And 90% of Stand Up to Racism people are white. But this dirty, disgusting animal is stood there in front of a war memorial, by the way. She was stood looking up at the war memorial for World War I and World War II soldiers, and she's looking at the war memorial screaming dirty white people. What an absolute disgrace.
Killing and murdering
Racism right there. Shows you how
children,
racist
eating
left out.
the
Police want them
insides
out.
of children.
Epstein paid Khomeini for weaponry. Probably send it in. Yeah.
And there's the checkerboard on the back of the high visibility police vest. That very weird looking, greenish looking yellow. It's yellow, but it looks green in a way. Very weird. I like the color green. I like the color yellow, but not that high vis. There's something about it I've never liked that the police use in Great Britain. I don't like that color. It's a greenish yellow. It's very strange. Anyway, they have the checkerboard there. That's on purpose. It's like a stamp on the back. It's like they're branded with that. The way that they brand cattle. And I know what I just said is too much for most people to understand. Half the audience left. They tuned out because they don't like facing the truth. They don't like hearing it. The haters that come here run away. They hate the truth. They lurk here. They don't stick around long enough, like Andy Pansy earlier. He said something and left. It's what they do. It's so cowardly. That's why I don't respect you fucking demons. You're cowardly. You're losers. I dropped the link to join. Andy can't join. He can't face me here. He wouldn't do very well. Because you can't mute here, you can't backstage, you can't play games, can't play demon games.
Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry. Hi guys, it's Matt.
Listen to all the mouth noises of this creature.
Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry. Hi guys, it's Matt. Ladies and gentlemen, all we have left is humor. That's all. And I don't know if that's such a bad thing. Has the AI ever told a joke that you laughed at? That's where when a real people think that I'm Joe Rogan or let's go over all the possibilities. Joe Rogan, Billy Corrigan, what's the new one? Carl somebody from the UK. You never an AI. I don't think there's a certain human quality that comes out once every few weeks. That the AI can't replicate that. Okay, even though most of my stuff is stupid, guys. Oh boy, we get back to our biggest frustration. Come here, Czar. People want to see you more than me. Our biggest frustration of all time, times a million, times a trillion, nothing even comes close, is how we can see how this reality unfolds, what it's all about, and nobody can see it. We have no one to share it with other than ourselves. And it's always, isn't it a coincidence that Then your neighbor, you watch Quantum of Conscience, or you saw the 7-Eleven job application, or usually there isn't somebody very close by that sees the world the way we do. If you have I'll just say partner, or a loved one, or a friend that's just down the road, and it's very rare that we have people in our lives that are close by. So we could get into these weeds, but let's come out of the weeds. Our biggest frustration, times a trillion, is how we see whatever this world is. We see through everything, and nobody around us can see it. Okay, maybe I can't speak for you, but I bet your frustration, your biggest, is the same as mine. Is it a misery loves company thing? Matt, you'd still be in the same screwed position if your brother saw, I don't have a brother, but your sister, your cousin, your second cousin, your friends, and everybody saw it, Matt. I don't know. I would like that for some reason. I still would be. We'd still be in the same situation. Okay, Czar. I thought she was going to wrap up in the court. We would still be in the same situation. And we've learned that there is no going to fight it. That is not the lesson of this reality. That is not the lesson of this incarnation. It wants to be fought. It dangles the carrot that it can be overcome. That is not the purpose here. The purpose here is, say it. They know. Go ahead, you can say it. They know. Is worry about yourself. Take care of what you need to do in your incarnation. But this place has to be one of the strangest of all the places in all the world, all the universe, where any spirit could incarnate. This has to be one of the most difficult, hardcore, strangest places in the entire spiritual universe. Guys, there are so many examples that I could give, and I will give some in this video, where it's so easy to see through what is going on, and it is easy to see that there must be, even if it's only a frequency or vibration or resonance or download, there must be or has to be an organized adversary against us here, against your progress, against worry about yourself. And that, of course, stems back to our biggest frustration of all time, is that nobody can see the organized adversary. And 95% of Christians, not the Christians here, of course, but just in general, your cousin, and our frustrations are fueled even further, where they'll go into the church, and there could be a sermon, whatever that is, on Satan. And in Philly, we say Satan. In Philly itself is Satan. Satan tempted Jesus with all his kingdoms, and but then they leave and they walk through the doors, the double doors, and then when you talk about an organized adversary, I could walk right up to them after the big sermon on Satan. Can I speak to you people? I'm not a Christian the way you are, but there's an organized adversary here. Look at conspiracy theorist. Look at this asshole. But you just got done the sermon talking about Satan. You believe that's an organized adversary. Mine's an organized adversary. It's very similar. You conspiracy. Look at the balloon boy. What? They're hypocritical. They'll call you a conspiracy theorist where they just got out of the sermon on Satan. So there is obviously, no, I don't want to get into who constructed this reality. Your higher self, needed to put in an organized adversary, a worthy opponent, I call not milk, so we could overcome it, or at least do the worry about yourself activity. Sure, it's a reflection of ourselves. It's a role player that's meant to be here. Maybe we put it here. It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant for this conversation. The point is, and the frustration is, there's an obvious organized adversary that we see that nobody can see. Now, just to this, I was thinking about this, and this is either going to be the strangest thing you've ever heard, or it'll blow your mind, or the old guard will say, yeah, I never really thought about it that way. So let me just present this first.
248 comments, 550 likes. His fanboys and fangirls love this Humpty Dumpty loser. And they actually sit there for years believing that they're learning something. and they'll drop little tidbits thinking they know, like this one. When the credits rolled for World War II, it said Hitler and the brown shirts were dressed by Hugo Boss, bracket fact. But you were duped about the most important parts of that. You were duped. You were duped. Most of these people in these channels that call themselves truthers don't have a clue about the truth. And it's accepted that they're quote unquote truthers. And it's just so disgusting. They're absolute zombies.
Even in, we live in a gigantic script that was never heard, or it'll blow your mind, or the old guard will say, yeah, I never really thought about it that way. So let me just present this first. We live in a gigantic script that was laid down in advance. And of course, it wants us to believe that it was down in advance by the secret societies and Albert Pike. And I know I'm being repetitive in saying that, but there's people that come here at different levels. No, the script is laid down through reality itself. Whoever organized this reality, whoever put the bad guy in here that we need to overcome. But it is, of course, a gigantic script. So I often think about the absurd situations that led to these world wars, and mostly World War I, how they still are feeding us that Archduke Ferdinand got winged in the convertible. Was that when Dealey Plaza? No, that was the one in Texas. Which one was that? Oh, I think Archduke Ferdinand was Dealey Plaza. No, I know that was JFK. Yeah, I know. They still are feeding us that caused World War I. And if you ever look at the details, guys, I just had to do a sidebar here. We need a few laughs, right? Was it Gabrielo Princip or something, the guy that did it? He was like, he went out, he was late or something, or he missed him, he drove by. I'm supposed to get that guy. There he goes, come back. And he went, it's not a joke, he went to a cafe and had some sort of sandwich. This is a joke, but it's the way they present it to us. He had a po' boy. Give me a po' boy with extra mayo. I went to New Orleans once as a young man with the boys when I was working for the insurance company, and some of their sandwiches, like these po' boys, were disgusting. I don't know what sort of fat or mayo was layered in this gross shit. I can't eat this. What is this? Anyway, so he had a po' boy. And then here he comes back. The Archduke, do you know this part? Here he comes back again. So he put the sandwich down. There's a Wawa shorty sub or something. Then he went and got him. He went and took out his, I don't know what I can say here. You know, this is supposed to be a freedom. They gave us the First Amendment, freedom of speech. He went out. Here he comes back again. Now I can go get him. This is what they tell us. And then that led to World War I. Right. Yeah. Okay. But the point is, guys, World War II, and I guess I have to be somewhat careful what I can say here pathetically. Don't we have the first don't we have the first, didn't the supposedly founding fathers give me the First Amendment? But Matt, this is a private platform. They can do whatever they want. No, it's not a public trust. Oh, God. World War II, regarding the reality script that's laid down by reality or dark reality itself. Dark reality here is a role player. Doesn't the bad guy seem a little bit too over the top? And we'll get into my theory as to why this is. And this is either going to be, people like, you'll see it, or you'll just think it's the craziest thing of all time. It depends on how long you've been here and if you just stumbled in here from Skokie or not. But the bad guy, it's a little too over the top, isn't it? I don't want to get into all the, you don't think I've seen for doing this for now almost 16 years, all the different possibilities that what Adolf was really trying to do. Oh, come on. That's still not manipulating you down in the weeds that, oh, Matt, we had the good guys and the bad guys reversed and they made up these stories about these camps. And just stop it. That's such first grade truth. Just taking a little tidbit of what the dark reality gives to the truth researcher. They run with, give me a break. You step back, get in your hot air, your metaphorical or metaphysical hot air balloon, and go up to 80,000, 90,000 feet. Go around the world in 180 days and whatever, and look down at it and just say that. Look what the script of the way they rolled out this bad guy. Isn't it a little too Adolf? Who do you think I was talking about? Don't you think it's a little bit too over the top? You know, these night speeches in front of it was the temple of, they rebuilt the temple of Pergamum. It's just too, in terms of presenting a bad guy, it's too perfect, isn't it? Which just means it's a reality ridiculousness. It's a double R. It's a reality ridiculousness. He comes out in these night speeches to drum up Germany in the late 30s and, you know, but a bunch of bullshit. And, that, of course, there was tremendous atrocity. There's still a weird segment of the truth community, and they wander in here from time to time, that it's all cake in a lake, it's all fake. Every bit of it is fake. There's not one person that died in Russia, Ukraine. Not one. It's all. What did they say? The other. They go too far. No, the not milk does not try to avoid death. If you look at its history, kind of likes it, if you ask me, and it's not fake. The tremendous atrocity, but the bad guy. Let's just stick to the point. Matt, what are you talking? We're talking to us for, like, it's you that's giving. Matt, stick to the point. The two sides of the Britney Spears competing or dueling personalities, like dueling pianos. Look, it's the bad guy's too over the top. You know, okay. Of course, there's atrocity, invasion of Czechoslovakia, invasion of Poland, but the way and it's not history being massaged. You see the video of this character, you see all the images and the speeches and the night speeches with the torches at the temple of Pergamum, and that, by the way, the Bible calls Satan's throne, or where Satan sat at the temple of Pergamum, and then he's rebuild it. I mean, isn't that a little too perfect? If you're trying to present a script to real spiritual beings, you're trying to fool them. Matt, get to the point. We understand that there's this character. It's over the top. It's over the top. And then even the tremendous evils, whatever you believe or not believe. I don't want to get into the weeds on this, first and third grade truthers. Well, Matt, those camps were. I don't want to get into it. Okay, I know. Okay, there were atrocities. That's all we need to agree on. Okay. Nobody was harmed, really? Okay. So even those stories are meant to, from the real spiritual beings going through their history lessons or living through it, the bad guy is just too over-the-top evil. It's a reality presentation of some kind. And I'm sorry to be long-winded. The reason for it, is so it tells, for hundreds of years, whether they've been through it or they study history, it tells the real spiritual being that the bad guy here is easy to identify, is always going to present itself as evil, as the bad guy. So the organized adversary here against the real spiritual being can never, at least from the perspective of the masses, can never be identified. Because it's been training us. Look at the bad actors or characters that have played their roles throughout our lifetime. I mean, who do we have? Saddam Hussein. he's giving a speech and shooting off a rifle. You've seen these, boom. I mean, they're caricatures. It's a reality giveaway. Anybody that came, any spirit that was floating around the astral, look down that's that Earth place. These people are buying it. Look, they're buying it. These bad guys, they're obviously caricatures present.
All he does is theatrics. He'll turn aside and talk to no one. He's talking to himself. No live streams. He never does any live streams. No guests. No pushback. It's very controlled. It's all Movies Matty. 93,000 subscribers on his shit channel. And this is what people watch. I'm going to ask a question in my chat room. How is what Maddie is saying going to help you or anyone spiritually? How? I think it's important to step back once in a while and say, how is this going to help me? For the people that are stuck watching shit and they can't, for some reason, can't see through it. How is this shit going to help you? How is his theatrical presentations, as he likes to call them, how is it going to help you? How is anything he's talking about here or anything he's been talking about for years going to help you at all?
Presentations of the reality itself, of the dark reality, which is playing a role down there. These people are buying it that these are real bad guys. They're so over the top. Look at Osama in this cave. I mean, they're over the top. Anybody should be able to say this is some sort of, even though on the ground or what may be happening. I'm not saying the man in the cave caused the 2001 event, but for the most part, like Saddam, he really did cause a lot of problems in Kuwait, a lot of rape and pillage. I'm sorry, a lot of problems. Okay.
Do you understand this guy on the screen? Retired in his early 40s, and this is his full-time job. People donate money to him every month to keep him going. He lives on people's donations. Do you understand that? Do you understand that there's thousands of idiots duped by him, and they give him money here to his PayPal? It's on the screen. My support link is below. He never even used to post this until I said he doesn't even have to share a link. He supposedly gets enough donations. This is the level humanity's at. And his fans aren't even the dumbest of the dumb. They're just regular truthers. That's the regular truther level, is Movies Maddie and channels like this. That's why it's disheartening for me, because I know I'm in a realm of idiots and zombies that follow this shit. This won't help you at all.
When you say stuff like that, it's so pathetic. We have to wonder, can I say that? I mean, give me a break. What have we come to? Oh gosh, I have to walk on eggshells. Everything I say, I have to walk on eggshells.
He doesn't seem like a man. He seems like someone's batty old great aunt or something. Like some old maid that just got batty living alone for too many years. That's what he seems like. And people watch this day in, day out, and they actually believe, they'll argue that he's giving them something valuable, or they'll say, Matt's the best, all this kind of stuff. We love Matt. What has he helped you with?
Eggshells as I'm doing the presentation. Do you know how difficult that is at times? Anyway, I'm talking about a news headline. He really did cause a lot of problems in Kuwait, a lot of rape and pillage. I'm sorry, a lot of problems. Okay. When you say stuff like that, it's so pathetic. We have to wonder, can I say that? I mean, give me a break. What have we come to? Oh gosh, I have to walk on eggshells. Everything I say, I have to walk on eggshells as I'm doing the presentation. Do you know how difficult that is at times? Anyway, I'm talking about a news headline. I can't believe we have to do this all the time. So the caricatures. But let's get back. Let's stick with even the ones associated with Germany in World War II. I mean, look at the image of the Mussolini character. It's like any alien coming in from a foreign, like a Jared Kushner spaceship, or any spirit floating around the astral, saying the reality just crafted the same ridiculous script for the Italian dictator. He's the same lunatic. His crazy speeches, and he looks like he's off his rocker half the time. It's like, anybody outside this place can easily see what it is. They'd float around the astral or the alien ship. The Jared Kushner ship comes. What's going on down there is a joke. How come they can't see through this? The bad guy, they're training people that the bad guy is so bad, so evil, so over the top, that it always can be easily identified or picked out. So the real bad guy can stay in the shadows. Matt, it can't be that simple. It is that simple. And it reinforces it even with Snow White, Disney movies, right? I mean, or whatever. Well, actually, yeah. I mean, when the witch showed up as the old hag. That wasn't exactly the friendliest, most welcoming sight. Why would they? I don't know. We'll just leave that behind for now. So let's just get back to the basics. The bad guy in World War II. If you step back, even if you're just a first grade truther and all this is new to you, doesn't it seem a little bit too much, too bad, too evil, too like somebody's trying a little too hard to present the bad guy? And again, you can do this in so many thousands of different situations in this reality or going back through history. The Pol Pot and the killing fields, and see when something's truly bad, Matt, it's easy to see. That way, what's truly bad here, the spiritual adversary, then when you try to point it out to people, then nobody believes you. I mean, is it that simple? Yeah, it is. It is that simple. So let me give you a very, very rudimentary pedestrian. I'm looking at the video now. I popped it up. There's a college football.
He loves to say, he loves to tell you how simple reality is. It's all simple, guys. Matt says it's simple. He likes to keep everything simple.
Football. Oh, go ahead, get on me. You watch college football videos? Oh, go ahead. I have. By the way, I can't take it anymore. Some of the comments. I have a no troll or zero tolerance troll policy. We'll just call it that because these sorts of comments are not all from trolls. If you're not trying to move our understanding forward, or I was going to say, if you can obviously move our understanding forward by saying, Matt, in a nice, not just attacking me personally is what people do, saying, Matt, you're completely wrong in this area, and let me explain to the people that will read my comment why you're wrong and what's really going on here. That's disagreeing with me, but helping us move our reality forward. Anybody that doesn't help us move forward, I'm just getting rid of. I have zero tolerance. I can't take it anymore. So the topic that this over here, this college football blogger, it doesn't matter what the topic is. It's the same. When I watch a video, no matter how much you agree or disagree that the topic is a waste of time, I'm always analyzing, and this isn't good because I'm doing it too much or I do it all the time. I'm always analyzing not the topic itself, what the reality itself or the not milk or the dark reality is out to do to us. And it's too much, but I can't turn it off at this point. So the headline here, why eligibility rules are becoming college football's biggest issue or biggest problem. And
I don't give a shit about college football. There's so many more important things that you'll never talk about. Like the suffering in this realm, the disease, the design. You don't give a shit. You're just a loser. Go watch your college football. Fucking loser.
So
I know isn't
a high school education
is knowing
or
what
a master's
the
degree from an elite university more of a flex.
Is knowing the transcendental argument have to do with
we'll just go like this until I work it out. This is very pretty though.
Things are.
Thank you.
You said
Justin is backstage. That scared me.
Yes or no? Yes or no? I know
that doesn't have to do with an education.
I have to
make sure. I know I could have said a number of
make
things,
sure the
but that's the transcendental argument.
I meant to make sure the nerd part.
So educationally,
okay,
you take the L. What next do we want to go on? Whether or not you're familiar with
it's
the
very
transcendental
pretty. I like it
the
very
one that
much.
Wasn't familiar with it.
Might look better in black. That would be my only concern. But
you were the one that wasn't.
What are you talking? I don't even know what you're talking
about. Not sure if I can quite wear this on stream yet, but thank you very much. I will be wearing it during my gambling streams. So.
Do you want to go on looks?
Oh my God, Dashton! Wait, hold on. Hi, girl.
Hello.
Oh my God, how are you? Oh my God, the Grinch stole Christmas. The Grinch stole my heart.
Yeah, it's so green M&M beats. You like green? Look at me.
Green is my favorite color.
Yes, babe. Wow. Green left you back.
Do you like my new outfit, girl?
It's groovy. It looks like yeah, at least this one. Yeah.
Do you think it's too slutty? You think it's too slutty?
Well, I don't know if you go to the gas station like that.
Because of the what?
They wouldn't care. It's pure looking, but who
I look like an angel. Oh my god.
you? Your Virgo rising, your angelic rising, yes.
Dashton, I'm going on a panel really soon. You want to come on the panel with me?
Let's go.
You do?
Yes, awfully.
Yes, Queen. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna send you the link.
Let's do so. Let's go judge some bitches.
Yes. Let's go fuck some bitches up.
Let's do love connection.
How have you been?
Observations.
How have you been?
I'm logging.
Yes, King. Fuck that brush up.
Yeah.
Bro, Clav, even Dashton is dunking on you, buddy. Time to wrap it up. Okay, let me send you the link backstage, okay? I gotta put a shirt on. This is not appropriate.
Yes. It's not appropriate.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you this. Okay, I'm gonna click that.
Okay. I'll see you over there, girl.
I'll see you later over there, alligator.
Yeah.
Wally.
Bye. Love
Wally.
you.
Nice
Mwah. Love you.
Love you too. Hasta la vista. I'm outies.
Bye. I love Dashton. Queen Dashton, yes. Okay. Sorry. Scared innocent Christian girl has to put her shirt on. My best friend, unironically, yeah. POV, you just got married to me. Oh my god, wait. Okay. So, nice choice, Mikey. Okay, nice choice. Finally it got here. Good choice. Solid gambling stream decor. Jeremy's dream. Okay. Oh. Okay. So there you go. There's your teaser. Okay. Dad's gonna get the full display later. Sorry. Suffa Simps. Honeymoon night with Grace. God. Oh my god. I wouldn't even have to show anything, but like low-key, I could make so much money off of that on OnlyFans. Honeymoon night with Grace. God. Oh my god. I'm gonna get the full display later. Sorry. Teaser. Okay. Dad. So there you go. There's your teaser. Okay. Dad's gonna get the full display later. Sorry. Suffa Simps. Honeymoon night with Grace. God. Oh my god. I wouldn't even have to show anything, but like low-key, I could make so much money off of that on OnlyFans. I feel like I'm saying just that. I feel like I could make a lot of money off that. Fuck. Okay, I'm joining up to be with Dashton.
Exposing the demons. Exposing the demons. Exposing the diamonds. Yeah. Her dad's going to get the full display. Her daddy calls her Tits and says, "Hey, Tits, get me a beer." He started calling her Tits when she was about 14, he said. And these Thorpes have a lot of defenders. A lot. A lot of fans and defenders. A lot of people don't want to see the demonic in this realm. They don't want to see it. They belong here.
Here come the tears.
Keep doing
Here
it.
come the tears from baby.
I stopped myself.
Here come the tears.
Keep doing
Here
it.
come the tears from baby.
I stopped myself from crying. I stopped.
Oh, but that's perfect, isn't it? That's even better.
It's garbage though.
No, that's even better performance. You look like you're gonna cry and then you hold back because you're so afraid of daddy doing something to you. Right?
No, that's literally not why.
All bullshit all the time.
So I just want to say that he got arrested for this. This was a live stream over a year ago. Ben Thorpe was arrested for doing that. And I don't condone that. I'm sharing it to expose them. Okay? I'm not condoning this by sharing this. I'm showing you what happened. He was arrested for this.
That's literally not why. I'm sorry. Oh, I did. I don't mean to do this.
I did not kick you. I would say I shoved you with my feet. It wasn't a kick.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Okay, you think
It was
this
a
is a
push.
joke. I mean, it may.
No,
You
it was
know
like
how
a
people
push.
on the internet are, Grace.
Yeah, I know.
Also, it was not domestic violence, which is important because they automatically prosecute. You were not in the apartment. I don't live with you. And so it's up to the discretion of the police. Like when Jacinda punched me in the face.
Yep.
Okay. It's up to their discretion. And I would ask them to use their discretion use common sense.
Yeah.
Gotta feed him. He's
That's
gonna have
not
a stroke.
a joke, Grace.
I don't
Because
think
if
it's
they
a joke.
put me in that jail, I'm not posting bail, and neither are you. I'm sitting in there because it's a better life.
Talking the ear off
Better
of the
food,
guy.
better sex. I am not posting that $50 bail this time.
Okay.
You can come in there and visit me, and I will once again say the bars are there to protect me, not you, not society. I'm being protected from society. I'll stay in there. I'll live my life out behind bars because these maniacs like you can't get in there. I'm protected. Now,
I told you guys that was a fucking joke.
No, Grace. We gotta do what we have to do, Grace. Alright, let's go down. It's mandatory.
But we didn't mean it anything by it. It was a fucking joke for the stream. Can I even see him?
Don't worry about it. We'll sponsor that, okay? Just stand under there so you don't get wet. Don't worry, Grace.
Okay.
Based on whatever you guys had going on in your live stream today, somebody recorded it and it was of him kicking you. Right, so in Rhode Island, that's considered domestic assault, domestic violence, simple assault. All right, I understand you have your YouTube podcast and everything like that, whatever you guys do, but essentially.
But it was a joke, and I don't have any problem with what happened.
But our hands are tied, okay?
Hello. I think it's gonna echo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can't turn it off.
Okay.
Why don't you put it there?
All right.
Why don't you stop saying all right?
Okay, I'll stop saying that.
Oh, also okay.
Yes. Okay. Ah! This is the wrong cord.
Well, you said you would debate me. Debate me now. Yeah, this is true. The cough will get worse before it gets better. That's all right.
Okay, I'm willing to do that, James. Willing to go through that. Good luck, Grace. Stay off the cigarettes. Thank you. I can pop the chats up if you want. Because it's going to echo because that, that stupid thing. You can't turn the audio all the way off.
All right.
All right, you said you were cold. It's 67. Is it the devotion?
Grace,
Yeah.
we're on stream right now?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I want you to ask this. I want to ask you this question.
Okay.
Do I feel safer with a camera on me around you
Yes, you do.
than with a camera not on me?
Yes, you do.
Is that for good reason?
Yes, I'm crazy.
You're legitimately incredibly dangerous.
Yes.
To me.
Yep.
Is that a joke?
It's not a joke. It's funny, but it's not a joke. It's serious. Just X out of the tab. Close out of the tab, no?
The tab? What is the tab? Where's the tab?
Oh. You must be on it on Safari.
I understand. That's what. Okay, this is a larger point, Grace.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's be honest and say this. Do you feel safer on or off stream? You.
Off stream.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What does that tell you, that little bit of math?
That I am abusive, or I like to have
You're
control.
protected from public view.
Yeah.
And you preferred that.
Yeah.
To be held accountable, like to the standards of basic human decency, which are on the internet are minimal.
Yeah.
I feel like those standards protect me.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you saying that because you're being obedient?
No, I'm just saying I would rather the stream
Why
was
don't,
off
why don't I
because
talk
I feel
to you?
humiliated.
Why don't we do this? I'll talk to you through the screen. That way, you're not like alienating the chat.
All right. Grace is a content cooker. She doesn't prefer on stream. Yeah, that's true.
All right, Grace. If you and me and chat are a team,
yeah,
okay, then maybe you having a weird interaction and laughing strangely about a chat that I can't see. And maybe we need to like have social skills, like we're all in the same room.
All right.
I just asked you if you could look at me through the screen. You says that when they're about to do something off the rails. Guess what kind of people say that? I'm feeling crazy. Serial fucking killers,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Now it's just your typical bullshit. Same thing your mother used to do.
It is this. It's the same thing.
So go have an affair with chat. Go take chat
to.
and go, do you think I'm a victim? And then go on Discord like your mother did, file something against me. Go. Just go.
I don't want
have
to.
Have an affair with them.
I don't want to. I actually wasn't reading the chat. I was just looking at you, but I get that it makes me look like a victim because I'm not responding to chat. I get it. I was just looking at you, but I get it.
Well, you get to say, like, hey, you're making it's more buffoonery, right? It's
yeah.
Like, look at me. I'm a victim. You're not a fucking victim. You're an abuser. What does an abuser look like?
Looks like somebody who doesn't want the camera on. Somebody who wants to hide away.
That doesn't look like anything. What face are you trying to show to chat, to YouTube, to the world?
That I'm sad and abused.
You're sad and abused.
Yep.
What is it? What does an abuser look like?
An abuser looks like somebody who's angry and nasty. Sometimes. An abuser can be abusive.
What about someone who's actually a serious human being who's being corrected?
A serious human being would just have like a sort of neutral face, like, okay, I understand. I'm going to take this seriously.
I don't know about that. But, okay. It wouldn't be someone who's looking like they're afraid and they're sad, which is what you're doing.
Yeah,
right?
I am doing that. Yeah, it's bullshit. I am doing
You're
that.
bullshitting. you know you're on camera. You're
Yep.
sitting there and making it look like you're a victim. And you've been doing this for the better part of a decade. But for now a year and a half on YouTube, I fucking hate it and you love it. Right? Oh, here come the tears.
Keep doing
Here
it.
come the tears from baby.
I stopped myself from crying. I stopped.
Oh, but that's perfect, isn't it? That's even better.
It's garbage though.
No, that's even better performance. You look like you're gonna cry and then you hold back because you're so afraid of daddy doing something to you. Right?
No, that's literally not why.
All bullshit all the time.
So she pretended after this that it was just a joke for the stream. This was just a joke for the stream, she said.
That's literally not why. I'm sorry. Oh my god. I don't mean to do this.
It's too long. The better part of a decade is not a reasonable amount of time for someone to get a hold of themselves.
Okay. But I wanted to get a hold of myself today and
Whatever.
we were like
Who cares? Whatever.
I don't want to live without you. I don't want to. I don't care if you don't want me to. I don't want to do this. I'm not going to leave.
Okay. Well, okay. So you said you were going to do something today. You didn't do it. Just like your mother. Right?
But
I said, let's
I
do
said,
something
but I
tonight.
gave it my shot. I gave it a shot. I tried. I did.
Who else said that?
But
How many times did your mother tell you she tried? She was trying.
Do you want to just drop it right now? Let's do it. Drop the pic. You will not regret this. Our old friend Lalo.
Now, keep in mind.
Just
Okay.
let it speak for itself. We'll just pop chat for a little bit.
Okay.
What is going on here, folks?
I didn't doctor anything. I'll just say the story that I heard about this, I'll just say it's alleged, but the picture, to all accounts, appears to be real.
It does corroborate. Okay, so,
Yeah.
you're not saying you know for a fact? Okay.
I mean, I feel like it's a reputable source, but I'd have no proof.
Okay.
So I'm just going to say allegedly. Allegedly, Lalo got into
Anyone want to
some
take
trouble.
a guess? Knowing Lalo, what is it? Yeah, that's right. Gia got it.
Allegedly, Lalo copped himself a
Now-
DUI.
He dug himself a bit of a hole having to pay the lawyer, which appears to be true. Now, while this picture may look like a rather bizarre romantic encounter, in fact, this is how he's getting out of the hole financially. And there's some sort of double entendre here. He's getting out of one hole by getting into another hole for the kingly sum of $50 per weekend.
I mean, I would say, I don't know, is this rock bottom? I guess doing drugs and being close to death could be closer to rock bottom. You're not going to die from
I would
doing
assume.
this.
Well, I would assume the DUI. This would be a cycle, right? So this would be. I would think if I was in this position, The weekend would make me would make me drink, would make me get another DUI, which would make more weekends. You know what I mean? This is like, if you look at it from the side, is a flushing down the human toilet. But maybe not. You know what I'm saying? It
Yeah.
seems like it's like
That would
porn
feed- it
and
would
drugs to like
Yeah.
recover from the porn, and then more porn to get more drugs, and we don't know what's the chicken or what's the egg, but we sure know who the hen is, and she is
plump,
roosting on our hairy-legged friend on the nest known as Lalo's crotch. This could be the kind of Mona Lisa in the sense.
You should quit, Roopster. Is the Roopster gonna quit? I don't think so. Somehow I doubt it. Alright, 5 subs. Ready? There they go. That is so sad. Goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my friend. That looks dirty, but whatever. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Ruby is an addict and she's seething.
Bye bye. The ring is crazy. You should quit, Roopster. Is the Roopster gonna quit? I don't think so.
Even their toilet's dirty. Everything's dirty about the Thorpes.
Somehow I doubt it. Alright, 5 subs. Ready? There they go. That is so sad. Goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my friend. That looks dirty, but whatever. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Ruby is an addict and she's seething.
Bye bye. The ring is crazy. You should quit, Roopster. Is the Roopster gonna quit? I don't think so.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I've been live now close to 2 hours today. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Do you want to play? Demons, do you want to play?
Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you want? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play?
Answer me! Face me! Do you want to play? Show me your hate! Show me your rage! Do
Do you want to play?
That song is called Do You Want to Play? Answer me, demons. Do you want to play? Answer me. Off-duty Toronto cop caught openly carrying his service handgun at a gas station. This is what's going on now in Canada because they're hiring a lot of what should I call them? Watermelon felons that should not be cops.
Last week, a chilling incident unfolded that involved an off-duty Toronto Police Service member who was seen brazenly carrying his service handgun at a local gas station. And shockingly, the public has been kept in the dark about all of it. I was tipped off to this absolutely disturbing situation where just weeks after graduating, a Toronto police constable with only 1 month of service was caught with his weapon openly exposed on his hip. Zahaves Simon was dressed in track pants, a hoodie, a backward baseball cap, and sandals, nonchalantly flaunting his service weapon on March 13th for all to see. Just let that sink in for a moment. A police member, an officer fresh out of training, parading around with his firearm fully visible, an act so irresponsible and unprofessional that it defies belief. By the time officers responded to the call, Simon had already left the scene, but they tracked him down at his home, where he reportedly became defiant when questioned, offering no explanation as to why he transported his service weapon home or openly carried it. To add a further layer of unease, the investigation reveals Simon had recent domestic-related calls on his record with the Niagara Police Service. What's even more unsettling in this story is that Simon was part of a publicly celebrated initiative to accelerate police reform and build trust in communities, as touted by Toronto Police Chief.
Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects.
Publicly celebrated initiative to accelerate is that Simon was part of a publicly celebrated with the Niagara Police Service. What's even more unsettling in this story is that to add a further layer of unease, the investigation reveals Simon had recent domestic-related calls on his record with the Niagara Police Service. What's even more unsettling in this story is that Simon was part of a publicly celebrated initiative to accelerate police reform and build trust in communities, as touted by Toronto Police Chief Myram Demkew, who heralded a new era of policing just 3 weeks ago. And now, just weeks after that bold statement, we learn that one of these new recruits was not only involved in domestic-related incidents, but was also flaunting his service weapon in public and defying orders from his own colleagues. This raises alarming questions about the integrity of the very reforms that Toronto Police Chief Demkew claims to champion. Where's the accountability? And what does this truly say about the so-called change happening within the force and arguably coming down from the top? Toronto is one of the most diverse cities in the world, and the strength of our police service comes from this matters because Toronto is one of the most diverse cities in the world, and the strength of our police service comes from reflecting the very communities you will serve. Your backgrounds, your languages, and your perspectives will help build trust, foster relationships, and make sure that every Torontonian sees themselves in the people who serve and protect them, Carroll is further quoted as saying. And then a photo showcasing new Constable Simon putting on his hat after the benediction delivered by a TPS pastor used to live here, but has now been scrubbed from the page. And then the announcement continues. A total of 48% of the graduates speak at least one language other than English, ranging from Hindi, Urdu, and Tamil to Creole, Albanian, and Farsi. So was Simon hired based on merit or DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives?
Diversity. 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 I'm tying it all together for you. I'm tying it all together for you. Diversity, degenerates, demons, liars, anti-whites. I'm tying it all together. I'm painting a portrait for you of Hell Realm. Feminism's long history of anti-whiteness. And this is Professor Janice Fiamengo doing a video exposing feminism 3 years ago. She's one of the few white women in Canada that speaks against feminism.
Recently propelled into the spotlight through discussions of critical race theory, anti-white hatred has a long history in second-wave feminism. In this video, I offer an outline of how white feminists came to accept second-class status within the movement they created. I'm Janice Fiamengo, and this is the Fiamengo File 2.0. In the late 1960s, as we have seen, feminists capitalized on the enormous social power of female victimhood. White feminists at that time were certainly aware of racism, but they were largely unconcerned by it as a competing paradigm of victimization. In her 1972 essay, Sisterhood, feminist leader Gloria Steinem asserted that women had a deep bond with other women born of shared patriarchal oppression. It was a bond that transcended all differences. She stated that, quote, "The odd thing about these deep and personal connections among women is that they often leap barriers of age, economics, worldly experience, race, culture, all the barriers that in male or mixed society seem so impossible to cross," end quote. Sisterhood, forged in the universal experience of male dominance, was powerful. This was the utopian position of most second-wave feminist leaders in the early 1970s. In her 1970 book, Sexual Politics, leftist intellectual Kate Millett acknowledged racism in the United States, but saw it as a dying ideology, one that was fast losing its hold on society. The ideology of sexism, in contrast, remained in full force. She said that, quote, "Groups who rule by birthright are fast disappearing, yet there remains one ancient and universal scheme for the domination of one birth group by another, the scheme that prevails in the area of sex," end quote. Women were linked by this allegedly universal injustice. Feminist journalist and activist Susan Brown Miller made a similar claim in her 1975 book, Against Our Will, which made the argument that, quote, "From prehistoric times to the present, rape has been nothing more or less than a conscious process of intimidation by which all men keep all women in a state of fear," end quote. In those heady days, patriarchy was the singular unifying truth of the women's movement. It's worth noting that Kate Millett was not afraid, as later generations of feminists would become, to harshly condemn non-Western cultures as worse for women than Western cultures, which she admitted had been softened, quote, indeed moderated somewhat by the introduction of courtly love, end quote. Courtly love was the medieval concept of consecrated adoration of women. Recognizing the lesser evil of Western societies was not yet forbidden in the women's movement, and Millett condemned non-white patriarchies with particular relish, angrily enumerating the evils that they had done and continued to do. She wrote, quote, "The history of patriarchy presents a variety of cruelties and barbarities. The sati execution in India, the crippling deformity of foot binding in China, the lifelong ignominy of the veil in Islam, or the widespread persecution of sequestration, the gynoecium and purdah. Phenomena such as clitorectomy, clitoral incision, the sale and enslavement of women under one guise or another, involuntary and child marriages, concubinage, and prostitution still take place, the first in Africa, the latter in the Near East and Far East, the last generally," end quote. Millett might have been shocked to think how quickly white feminists like herself would learn to refrain from criticizing African, Islamic, or other non-Western cultural practices. As feminism became an increasingly utopian ideology, it became less interested in the practical conditions of real women and much more interested in ideological purity, inspired by anti-Western Marxist and Maoist theorizing. And white feminists soon showed themselves willing to sell out the truth as well as other women in exchange for ideological orthodoxy. By 1979, when Gloria Steinem and radical feminist author Robin Morgan co-authored an article on the practice of removing the clitoris in women and girls, a practice that existed in many Islamic and African countries, these two canny feminist leaders were well attuned to the racial sensitivity of the topic and went out of their way to stress how fully they empathize with what they called the, quote, understandable suspicion on the part of many African and Arab governments and individuals that Western interest in the matter is motivated not by humanitarian concerns, but by a racist or neo-colonialist desire to eradicate indigenous cultures, end quote. Steinem and Morgan were quick to accept that previous Western concern over clitorectomy must have been racist or neo-colonialist. Why? Because a Kenyan leader had said it was. They wrote, quote, "As Jomo Kenyatta, Kenya's first president, noted in his book, Facing Mount Kenya, the key mobilization of many forces for Kenyan independence from the British was in direct response to attempts by Church of Scotland missionaries in 1929 to suppress clitorectomy. Patriarchal authorities, whether tribal or imperial, have always considered as central to their freedom and power the right to define what is done with their women," end quote. Here we see the distinctly anti-Western emphasis that began to dominate feminist thought and would flower over the next decade into overt anti-white propagandizing. Steinem and Morgan, two well-educated, free, and sexually liberated white women committed to the distinctly Western concepts of female sexual pleasure and sexual autonomy, were careful to express sympathy with Kenyan men who opposed the Church of Scotland missionaries, men and women, who had attempted in 1929 to suppress the practice of clitorectomy. Without providing any evidence or feeling the need to explain their conclusion, Steinem and Morgan agreed with a Kenyan man that the missionaries who objected to cutting off girls' clitorises, which was, after all, the feminists' own position, that these missionaries were motivated by racism and therefore were at least as objectionable as those men who promoted the cutting off of girls' clitorises. Steinem and Morgan distanced themselves from the white missionaries in articulating their own superior moral position. Quote, "Past campaigns against female mutilation," they said, "conducted for whatever ambiguous or even deplorable reasons, need not preclude new approaches, i.e. their own approach, that might be more effective because they would be sensitive to the cultures involved and, most important, supportive of the women affected and in response to their leadership, end quote. Note the phrasing, being, quote, sensitive to non-Western cultures and responsive to non-Western women's leadership. These are the touchstones that later generations of feminists would adopt and which would harden into a rigid orthodoxy. This was not moral relativism, as it is sometimes assumed to be. It was the acceptance of the outright moral inferiority of Western culture, specifically its Christian inheritance and its individualist ethos. The mandated perspective of feminists became always assume that all previous Western initiatives, even those specifically designed to end female suffering, could not have had humanitarian motives, and always declare a commitment that is pro-indigenous and anti-colonial. Western culture itself was not considered indigenous or worthy of being defended. As these Marxist ideological currents took hold, the relative harmony created by feminism's focus on shared oppression decisively shattered in the 1980s. A collection of articles in a book called Conflicts in Feminism, edited by American feminist academics Mary Ann Hirsch and Evelyn Fox Keller in 1987, made clear that class and especially racial differences had set women at war with each other over who was more oppressed and who complicit in other women's oppression. It was a war from which feminist unity never fully recovered, though phenomena such as the women's marches and Me Too social media campaigns have attempted with some success to reunite women under the banner of shared sexual victimhood. In one essay in the Conflicts in Feminism collection, prominent Black feminist theorist Bell Hooks went so far as to say that, quote, "We cannot speak of all women as being oppressed," end quote. In her view, most white women would have to give up the oppressed designation. To be fair, she also exempted herself as a well-paid academic, but she definitely did not exempt Black women in general. The white co-author of the essay, Mary Childers, tentatively agreed with Hooks, stressing that, quote, "an exclusive focus on male-female conflict serves as a distraction from other kinds of conflict," end quote, precisely that between white and Black women. The women's rights struggle had in 20 short years become a multifaceted tribal war amongst different categories of women vying for superior status. For many white women, being told that they weren't oppressed and being charged with racial oppressiveness was a devastating allegation that denied their prized identities as valiant victims. But because it employed the same oppressor-oppressed binary that was at the heart of their theory of patriarchal oppression, it couldn't be rejected without imperiling the logic of feminism itself. So if white privilege was structurally parallel to male privilege, then how could white women maintain their virtuous victimhood? As it turned out, they could do so only by pledging to fight a reformulated enemy, specifically white supremacist heteropatriarchy. The moral imperative of this fight was made clear by feminist sociologist Peggy McIntosh in her much reprinted 1988 essay entitled White Privilege: Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack, in which she urged women to prove themselves more conscientious than men about what began around this time to be called systemic oppression. McIntosh, a professor of women's studies, claimed that while very few men were, quote, truly distressed about systemic unearned male advantage, end quote, White feminists owed it to their movement and themselves to be, quote, outraged about unearned race advantage, end quote. This was the true beginning of feminist agony over having white skin. Along similar lines, bell hooks assured white women that they could avoid the worst of their guilt as oppressors if they committed to joining with black women in resisting white male power. Quote, naming yourself as privileged, she said, is not to name yourself as oppressive or dominating because we have choices as to how we exercise privilege, end quote. White women accepted Hooke's offer, eagerly confessing their white privilege, blaming white men, and committing, a la McIntosh, to dismantling so-called systemic white advantage through various acts of reparation. In the process, white women were forced to relinquish significant interpretive power to non-white women, and even sometimes to non-white men. Because white privilege was said to be a system of unearned advantages that whites were taught not to see, and that not seeing it was actually the evidence of the privilege, then committing to anti-racism meant accepting without question nearly any claim of racism made by a person of color. To deny a claim would be to reveal oneself as insufficiently aware and or insufficiently morally sensitive. To retain moral purity, white women surrendered to women of color the near absolute right to define the racial meaning of their own actions, a right still not in their control today. And not surprisingly, charges of race and other forms of privilege came thick and fast in the next decade. In response to an influential 1993 essay on intersectionality by Kimberly Crenshaw called Beyond Racism and Misogyny, the leveling of charges of privilege became a near endless contest of one-upmanship that white women were bound to lose in an endless competition to claim the, quote, lived experience, in Crenshaw's words, quote, at the bottom of multiple hierarchies, end quote. The race to the bottom, where one's understanding was allegedly clearest and one's right to speak greatest, triggered an avalanche of claims of wounding and of verbal violence. During the 1990s, white feminists were also taken to task for favoring Western societies in their accounts of world patriarchy, or in other words, for accepting, as Kate Millett had done, that white men had created freer and better societies, including better for women, than existed in other parts of the world. A number of non-white feminist academics, among them Gloria Anzaldúa, Gayatri Spivak, and Trinh T. Minh, bristled at their implicit designation as the poor sisters of feminism, pitied in their third world misery. In her book, Looking White People in the Eye, published in 1998, women's studies academic Shireen Razak let white women know that white men were not better than other men in their treatment of women, and that saying so was white supremacist. White men, she claimed, were responsible for imperialism, racism, capitalist oppression, homophobia, and Islamophobia, and unless white women denounced all these forms of oppression, they too would be classed as imperialists, racists, oppressors, homophobes, and Islamophobes. Razak's words dripped with angry sarcasm as she described white women's reprehensible bias in assuming the superiority of Western freedoms. She said, quote, Muslim, Hindu, and Sikh men confirm handily the superiority of Western men. White women's responses to articles on Muslim women and the veil include the sentiment that in comparison to Eastern women, Western women should consider their own men as gems of enlightenment and kindness, end quote. There it was. White women were wrong to prefer life in a white Western culture. In only a decade or two, it had become unacceptable to state that not being forced to wear a niqab was a good thing. It had become unacceptable to think that a culture that protected widows was more advanced than one that burned them on their husbands' funeral pyres. Welcome to the upside-down world of intersectional feminism. Razak stipulated that all violence against women of color must be understood, quote, within the context of racism and the histories of colonialism and imperialism, end quote. In other words, the violence that women of color experienced in their societies could ultimately be laid at the feet of white men who were its origin. Because white women could not bear to be accused of complicity in colonialism and imperialism, they found themselves willing to agree that it was racist, for example, to speak of honor killing as a problem particular to Islamic cultures. If it gained them the approval of their woman of color masters, they were even willing to agree that white male systems were the ultimate origin of all suffering and injustice, and indeed, that became an article of faith of intersectional feminism. Feminism thus developed an all-encompassing theory of social experience which, though sometimes inscrutable and self-contradictory in its details, was simple enough in its basic outline for a child to understand. Victims were better than non-victims, and white men were worse than anybody else. Victim ideology came to infiltrate and co-opt all competing social movements, including even atheism, evangelical Christianity, and animal rights. So powerful was the ideology's moral charge that some non-white and gay men seized the opportunity to escape the oppressor designation in exchange for victim status. Though all men remained vulnerable to feminist accusation, some men could establish a partial exemption by emphasizing their marginalized characteristics. Interestingly enough, social class, the one remaining vector of real privilege in North American society, has largely fallen away from most discussion, allowing fantastically wealthy people in the universities, the entertainment industry, politics, and the media to reap the enormous benefits of their alleged victimhood while disavowing their obvious advantages over the destitute, the despairing, the discardable, the homeless, the suicides, the falsely accused, the wrongfully imprisoned, and all the dispossessed, most of whom are men of all races, including many white men. White feminists sold these men out because performing their own moral righteousness was more important to them than truth. Some white women, when confronted with their alleged privilege in anti-racist struggle sessions, break down in tears, but we've even learned to be suspicious of such evidence of shame, penitence, or empathy. Robin DiAngelo, in her book about white supremacism, has scornfully repudiated such tears as, quote, one of the more pernicious enactments of white fragility, self-indulgent, narcissistic, and ineffective. Now the same women who used to say they would bathe in male tears are told that their own are worthy of contempt. The attack on white womanhood doesn't represent a turning of the tides against feminism, alas. It merely points to the absurd and irrational, vicious volatility of all designations of virtuous victimhood. There will always be more self-proclaimed victims to replace white women, other skilled accusers to milk public outrage. We will not escape feminism's social pathology until we recognize that a movement based on collective resentment will always require more targets for vilification.
What is
I think
funny about
I'll tell
saying
you.
I impeded your daughter's career because I could? What's funny about that?
You reap what you
What's
sow,
funny
Ben.
about that?
You shouldn't have come
What
at me,
is
Ben. You
funny
shouldn't have
about
come.
that?
Come to the king. You better not miss. So what's going
Welcome
on
to the
now?
show.
Hey, what's going on? So what are you doing now?
I sued Destiny in Miami-Dade County Civil Court for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional damage. Distress, sorry.
What was the distress?
The distress was, well, I mean, I did a whole stream about it, but hold on, let me say exactly what the distress was. This was intended to hurt me. This has caused me, like, extreme emotional distress. A huge person saying that this is true about me, spreading falsities about me. I mean, it's kind of obvious, don't you think?
Well, I mean, not really. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just trying to kind of understand. Like, you remember that time that you were like going off the rails and you drew a dick on your head?
Yeah.
Like, how
One of
could
my
this be
finest
more
moments.
How could this be more distressing than that?
Well, how was that distressing? It was funny.
Well, okay. Well,
Also,
I'm
it was
just
on my
saying that.
chest. On my forehead, I wrote "slut." Get it right.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. I don't remember all the details. Okay, but I'm just saying you guys do a lot of performative stuff.
Yeah.
Right? How could this be more distressing than that?
Well, how was that distressing? It was funny.
Well, okay. Well, I'm
Also, it
just
was on my
saying that.
chest. On my forehead, I wrote "slut." Get it right.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. I don't remember all the details. Okay, but I'm just saying you guys do a lot of performative stuff.
Yeah.
Right? If I
agree.
were going to
So
mount
what?
if I were going to mount a defense on this and then countersue, which I'm sure Destiny's going to do if you sue him.
What would he countersue for?
Well, what I would say is well, these people are very performative, and they're not really doing this because they believe that there's any damage, but rather because they wanted to jump in when I was being sued by somebody else for the sexual bullshit, and they thought that it would launch them towards some kind of relevancy. And then
Andrew,
hang on. I'm just going to explain it, and then
wait, but let me. Okay.
You're not even going to let me explain what I think the defense would be if I were Destiny? No.
Are you just saying the emotional distress thing? Because that's the second.
No, I'm just what I'm saying is that I think that he'll go to court with a competent lawyer, and there's so many streams of you guys doing so many things which are performative that he'll say that this was just part of an act in order to sue me for the purpose of relevancy, but there can't really be emotional damage if this chick's writing slut on her head and a dick on her chest and this type of thing. This is all performative. And I think if a judge sees that, it's pretty persuasive. Just saying.
Performative that this damaged me? That this caused me emotional distress?
Yeah. Well, because the emotional distress, the things which cause you emotional distress are often performative. Like the slut on the head and the dick on the chest, right? That was really funny. But
that didn't cause me emotional distress.
Well, right. But you were crying in it and everything else, at least pretending like it did.
Well, because my dad went to jail. That's why I was crying.
Right.
That wasn't.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. But
you could say performative. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm on stream, but like my dad went to jail. I was upset.
Well, you have streams of you crying all the time about all kinds of shit, and it's very performative and this type of thing, right?
So you think he's going to essentially say she's faking it?
Mm-hmm. And he has all the evidence in the world to kind of show
Andrew,
that you would be.
First of all, you think a clip of me crying is going to be admissible in court?
Well, 300 of them?
Why would that be relevant? Why would that be relevant?
Like 300? Well, because he would just mark the case that this is what's called a lull suit, that the purpose of this is to launch your name forward so that more people will come and check you out because you're suing this massive public figure, and it's all performative, and here's all the other performative art these people have done. It's very hard to prove that they had emotional damage when they put themselves in positions like this all the time for the purpose of performance, right?
No, that's one of the That defense doesn't make any sense at all. Andrew, you
Okay.
have daughters, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If your daughter, if people spread rumors that your daughter was having sex with you, do you think that if you said you shouldn't say that about my daughter, that emotionally distressed her? That
people
the
have been trying to spread rumors that me and my wife are related, that we're brother and sister. Like, what are you talking
wait,
about?
hold on.
This is like people say the most horrible shit about me
Andrew,
ever.
hang on.
They said that my wife killed my son. Like, they say the most horrific things you can imagine. You know what I mean?
Hang on.
Like,
are you saying that if your daughter is like on TikTok or something and she's a performer and somebody says that she fucks her dad, that she can't claim that emotionally distressed her?
It's very difficult
he's a
for
performer?
performative. Yeah, it's very difficult for performative public figures like yourself. Like, you bring up Donald Trump, right? So Donald Trump's a politician, right? But it's not performative the way that you guys are. Like, you're actually a drama streamer. That's what you do.
Yeah,
Drama
and there's
is your
nothing
bread
wrong
and
with.
butter.
I mean, I'm other things, but like, there's nothing wrong with being a drama streamer. It doesn't give people the right.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just pointing out
it's
that
not a
that's what
defense
you
in court.
do.
It's not a defense in court. That's
I think it is. I think it's a good defense in court to just point out they're stirring up drama because they're drama streamers, and here's all the other antics they've done. There's no reason to actually believe there's emotional distress. Here's all the time she reached out after this so that she could talk to me about other things. We did a debate. By the way, you did a debate with Destiny long after he said that you were banging your dad. You did a debate with him.
That's not true. That's not true.
I think it is true.
Nope, I debated him, and then he started saying that stuff afterwards. Not true.
No, I think he said it. I think he said it before, Grace. I'm pretty confident he did. I'm pretty confident he was on a stream with Ben and got into it with him, and you did a debate after that with him.
He had like an interview with us, but he never directly accused us of anything. Nope.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he was saying.
No, he
I think he was saying even then that I'm not the one who bangs his dad, shit like that. I think he did.
No, he didn't. I remember that interview.
By the way,
Ethan, like that because I remember.
But why?
I remember.
Why
my
wouldn't
dad
you sue
saying
Ethan Ralph? Why wouldn't you sue Ethan Ralph? He said all that shit.
I may.
Like, he does. It seems kind of selective, right? Like, I mean, Ethan Ralph said that. Shamu has implied that. There's tons of streamers who have said this about you. Why Destiny?
Well, Andrew, you're going all over the place. You're saying this isn't. This is going to get thrown out because you're a performer. That's not a good defense. Destiny is a performer too. That doesn't make any sense. Secondly, you're saying, well, all the other people have said this about you, and I'm going to sue all of them. So.
Are you though,
but
or are you just
that's not also. That's not also a defense. I don't know. I'm not sure if you're saying that's a defense.
I'm just saying, isn't it convenient?
Say, oh, Your Honor.
Isn't it convenient you happen to go after the
singling me out,
biggest streamer? Yeah, isn't it? Well, I mean, isn't it convenient though that you're going after the largest of the live streamers?
Keemstar did the same thing. Keemstar is arguably bigger than Destiny, has more followers on various platforms. Keemstar did the same thing.
Keemstar is not bigger than Destiny, dude.
Well, he has way more Twitter followers, etc.
So what? Half
Maybe
these
not
guys
your
fight a
sphere.
following. You know that shit. No, that's just not in any sphere. Keemstar is not bigger than Destiny.
I'm going to sue my own brother for saying this shit, and my brother doesn't really have any money. I'm just doing it to clear my name. But with people who have money, who have a large influence, who shouldn't have said this shit because they have a responsibility, I do want damages, and I want damages.
Yeah, but don't you remember? This was a few years ago, where I told you guys to just tell people that that's not what's going on, and you used all sorts of vague language, and you leaned into all this shit. You did all that instead of just telling people bluntly, no, of course there's not a sexual relationship between me and my dad, and we're trolling.
Andrew,
why wouldn't you just do that?
Andrew, I told you that to your face on the panel that we were on, where Destiny said this shit. You said, yeah, but you fuck your dad. And I said, you shouldn't say that. You're a Christian. That's slander. I did do that.
Okay, wait a second. That context key was literally a joke. And he was easily identifiable as one. Now I agree with you that Destiny, it didn't sound like he was joking in many of the allegations that he's made, right? But I
Like you're,
just think it's.
but can you just
I
respond
just
to my
think you
point?
guys leaned into it. You guys leaned into it, though.
Of course, when people are making accusations, Andrew, you've done the same thing. You lean into
No. I lean. Yeah, look.
You make it a joke
I'll lean
so that
into.
people don't take
I'll
this
lean
serious.
into the stupid. I'll lean into the stupid shit. Like you have a black ex-wife. That's fucking ridiculous. Of course, I'll lean into it. It's fucking hilarious. But you don't lean into like if somebody alleges you're a pedophile, you don't lean into that. You know, it's like there's some things you lean into, and there's some things you lean the fuck out of, Grace.
You got to respond to my point. You're saying I
Okay, what's
never
the point?
denied this or just said straight up it's not true. I literally told you to your face like 2 hours before Destiny said this publicly
Yeah,
to whatever 6,000-7,000 people were watching at the time.
Yeah, you told me that. You told me that.
told
But
you,
then in other debates, but in other
everyone
debates
else on
with
the
Ben,
panel, I said you're
Yeah,
a
I
Christian.
know.
You shouldn't say that,
But
and that's slander.
would
And
you
then
listen,
Destiny
though,
said it
Grace?
2 hours later. So you can't
Yeah.
accuse me of never denying it. I also told Destiny in private messages that none of that was true. I told him.
Okay,
that.
I get it. But I'm just pointing out that publicly, in many instances, you guys use very vague language, very evasive language, which could easily be clipped and put many people under the impression of this because you thought it was forwarding your career. You thought it was something that was drawing a lot of attention to you. And it was a bad move, Grace. I told you years ago that
I
wasn't
don't know
a
how
good
to
move.
say this. Okay, then why did you say it was bullshit from the beginning? Why?
Because I'm not fucking retarded.
That's the only reason?
Because I have thousands of people who make hit pieces about me daily, and I don't believe hardly anything any of the trolls say. They don't know anything about your interpersonal life.
Good point.
They don't know anything about what's actually going on behind the scenes.
Good point.
They don't know shit about nothing.
Good
but
point.
Here's the thing:
Yeah.
I'm also a very rational human being, and I just don't go on like trends and trains of kick 'em while they're down people. But the thing is like
I appreciate that. Yeah.
you were very vague with a lot of this, and I think that does give some adequate smokescreen for. I wasn't really sure, didn't really know, but there was a lot of evidence for it. There was a lot of evidence for it because look at all these
That's
clips
not
of
true.
vague language.
I understand the point you're making, but it's not a defense to say that once these allegations were out there, that I joked around about them and tried to downplay them. That's just anybody in my position would do that. I thought this was just what the internet was. I thought that you just have to take it on the chin, make a joke out of it, and move on. I didn't understand that, at a certain point, the more you say, no, that's not true, the more it seems true. You have to find a way to deal with it. It's a perfectly reasonable response.
Well, you got to ignore it.
And
Like
you might say,
90%,
well, you should have done this
like
earlier.
90%.
I agree. I wish I had
90%.
done it earlier.
Yeah, 90% of this stuff you just have to ignore, right? But you can't really because drama is what you guys do.
How can I ignore it when I'm trying to get into the debate sphere, whatever?
Well, you can't ignore it now.
You knew me at the time. I'm trying to get into the debate sphere. I have a falling out with Destiny over totally unrelated reasons, completely unrelated reasons. And he starts spreading this shit. And now everybody in my chat goes, daddy fucker, daddy fucker, daddy fucker.
Well, I was completely blacklisted from that entire side of the internet, Grace. I was on the official Destiny blacklist. I've been blacklisted by that whole side of the internet for years. Not anymore, of course, because they want some clout from me, but I was blacklisted for years, and I still I made it work for myself. The thing is like, you just shouldn't have leaned into it. That's all I'm saying. You shouldn't have leaned into that one. It was a bad.
Colonizer. 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 Lands vast by far from the original spot of where the that means sounds like colonizer. There's only relevant when it is in white skin. Only matter. Colonizer.
Douchebag update.
Just a little update for my peeps. I don't normally do this. I don't know. I thought I'd keep it all up to date. I've obviously disappeared for a few days. Nobody's seen me. I've not been working. I've come down with some real bad symptoms. Just fever and flu-like symptoms, I guess you could say. So, yeah. Just riding it out. I'm taking paracetamol. And I've taken, these are the painkillers that help migraines. They're not migraine tablets, but they're actually really effective. So, and the headaches are probably the worst part of this. My back's hurting. Everything is hurting. Everything hurts. I've got no strength in my hands. Can't even unscrew my own coffee cup. Anyway.
You wimp.
Excuse me. So, I'll be back as soon as I can, man. I can't afford to take another night off work. So, I will be better tomorrow. So it will be.
You must be poor. Very poor. What a pissant of a peasant.
Greetings. Now this Greetings. Now this is a video Greetings. Now this is a video I have wanted to make for a long time, but the reason I haven't is because I think this is one of the most important videos on this channel and I want it to be perfect. And I think that's why I have been procrastinating it so much. So, the topic of today's video: why I hate OnlyFans. Now, I'm not only going to talk about OnlyFans in this video, I'm going to talk about adult content in general. And I think one of the most terrifying things about this is how normalized adult content is. There's a lot of terrible things happening in the planet, but most of those things are not normalized or encouraged or even glorified. So I did a quick Google search here, and according to this study I'm reading right now, 61% of the general population reports viewing pornography. Reports. Imagine how many people do not even admit to it. Teenagers, 73% of teens have consumed pornography. And then there's also statistics on different religions and such things. Now I'm gonna link this down below. I am not sure exactly what the statistics are. I should probably look more into it. But as someone that will live in the world, I can definitely tell that this is a big problem. I would actually say one of the worst things that has happened to humanity is adult content. So I have things that has happened to humanity. I can definitely tell that this is a big problem. I would actually say one of the worst things that has happened to humanity is adult content. So I have taken some, I guess, I don't know what to call this, some notes for this video because there's a lot of things I want to go through. So let's start with how I was raised. Now the way I was raised by an incredible mother that raised me with strong morals and values. I used to watch movies and read books where, you know, there is a princess getting saved by a prince and then they fall in love and live happily ever after. And my view of love and having children was a man and a woman in a loving, caring relationship that are willing to sacrifice and live for one another. So I grew up hoping to one day meet a handsome prince. That's kind of how I grew up. But then I started school, and I have to say that the way boys were treating girls, including me, wasn't so charming. I had even been grabbed by some of the boys without my permission, of course, and this is when I got into the reality of things. There is no such things as princesses and princesses, and dragons that a man are willing to fight for me. So this is when your dreams get shattered and you come to the reality of the world where people are not so nice. I was pretty blue-eyed and naive, and it was hard for me to realize the cruelty of the world. So, this is on to the next chapter, the death of love and beauty. This is what I realized about the planet, that things are not so beautiful and love is very complicated, especially when it comes to adult content. So, how did we get here? I have this.
She wants to be a princess. Princess in a hell realm. She doesn't know where she is. She doesn't understand where she is. She doesn't want pornography because she wants to be a princess with a handsome prince. She wants to live a fairy tale in a hell realm. I think she's from Ukraine. She's not from Russia. She's in the Ukraine. A princess. A princess.
This is supposed to represent one of the first humans to exist. And this human thinks about survival. So, food. We need food to survive, and water. And then there's also a baby. This is supposed to represent reproduction. For some reason, humans have been born with an instinct to reproduce. But of course, this is very simplified. That's why I put a question mark here of things human thinks about. We think about, well, of course, friendship and love. I think having people in your life has also been a survival mechanism to survive. We need people to do well, and then of course having a safe place to stay. Then we have entertainment, we have beauty, we care about things looking beautiful. So there's many things you could put into this. But in general, there's two human instincts: surviving and reproducing, right? So that is why some of the most beneficial industries are the food industry, the medication industry, and adult content. I think this links back to our instinct to reproduce. So, some people are going to argue it has always existed. I remember in history class in school, one of the things that we were taught is that one of the first ever jobs was prostitution. That was one of the first jobs to exist on the planet. And that goes back to, of course, our instinct that we want to reproduce, I guess, from an instinct perspective, right? Like if we have an instinct to eat food, so if we see a chocolate cake where our instinct is going to say we should eat it because we have an instinct to survive and get calories. Doesn't mean it's a good thing necessarily. So yeah, it has always existed is something people are always going to argue. It started with prostitution, then maybe some text written, erotica, then of course magazines, porn magazines. It went from photos, text, and now it's videos. And videos is of course, well, they're on the internet, you can see them for free, and even children can access them. I'm not going to go into this topic in the video because it's such a dark topic, but it is concerning. It is concerning that teenagers and children watch this type of content, and we are not restricting it in any way. But this is a whole different topic, of course, of restriction and such things. Now, I'm gonna say that even though something has always existed, it doesn't make it right. Humans are pretty messed up, and there are some things we do that maybe is not the best for us, like cheating or abusing one another or killing one another. Just because something has always existed, it does not make it right. So, what has adult content turned into? Now, one of the things I think about in 2026 is female empowerment. So, this is actually something I wrote here on the back. So, one argument I have heard from women that do this type of content is that we have been sexualized all of our lives, so why not make a profit of it? In my opinion, this is like your house being on fire, and instead of stopping the fire, you end up just burning down the entire house. This is the mindset. And I understand where this is coming from, you know, as a woman that, well, I'm in a loving relationship right now, I have been involuntarily sexualized throughout my life. That doesn't mean I'm gonna start making adult content. That doesn't mean I'm gonna give away my body for €5 a month. It's a terrible argument, in my opinion. But this is one of the most concerning things, I think, right now. One reason I'm afraid for my daughter's or son's future, that it has turned some way into female empowerment. It is not empowering to sell your body or give your body away. Prostitution in the past used to be something women did out of desperation. It was not a nice job to have. So for example, during war in Finland, some women lost their husbands and they had to sell themselves to be able to take care of the children. It was a terrible thing, and that's why you try to help these women, and we should try to help these women out of prostitution. So, why do I care? I don't have to make adult content. I don't have to consume it. So why do I care? Now, one of the reasons is that this is not only about me. For our future daughters and sons, for our brothers and sisters and parents that we love, everything we do is a part of normalizing it. If a lot of people smoke cigarettes, you're more likely to smoke cigarettes. So, for every single woman that makes this type of content, it's a part of normalizing it. For every single man and woman that watch this type of content and is open about it, it is a part of glorifying it and normalizing it. People are talking about adult content openly. They're talking about watching it like it's not a big deal. This is why it's so terrifying to me. This is why I truly hate these things. Because it comes from a place of love towards people. If I have a son and a daughter, I want my daughter to grow up and hopefully fall in love with an incredible man that loves her, takes care of her. And if I have a son, I want him to grow up and find a woman that loves and cares for him. I don't want my son to give women money on OnlyFans. These women that don't care about him, these women don't love him, these women don't care about him. And same with a woman. If I have a daughter, I want her to be loved, cherished, respected, not millions of men getting after her on OnlyFans. Of course, you cannot control your children, but we want the best for them because we love them. So if you think adult content is okay, then think about the people you love in your life. Would you want them to be a part of the industry? Would you want them to spend their money on this, their time? It's not only about money. Even if you watch it for free, you're giving your life to it. And this goes to back to the point of debt and of love. It's the debt of love. We used to be in relationships and love one another, and of course it's complicated. It's not that simple, but like now people are seeing relationships as transactional. Women want money from men, and men are objectifying women, and it has turned into transaction. We are objectifying each other. This is one of the points. We're objectifying people. Men are objectifying women for their bodies, and women are objectifying men for their money. Yes, it is a type of objectification to look at a man only for his money. Now, of course, having a good-looking woman or a man with money is helpful, but it's transactional, it's objectification. I am very privileged to be able to be with a man out of love and not out of money or something like that. I'm super grateful for that, to have that opportunity. And also the evil industry. I think everyone already knows the industry, the adult industry is terrible for both men and women. This is something everyone knows, but this is not the big problem. It's a very small percentage of people that make adult content, but it's a very big part of people that consume it. It is ruining men and women, the average people, not just this small percentage of people that make this content. It's a very small percentage. Not many people do it, luckily, but a lot of people consume it. So I'm not going to go too much into how evil the industry is. Most of us already know. So also I want to go into the addiction, terrible addiction. This mostly applies to men. So in the past, before adult content, then beautiful women were an inspiration for men to be good men. So maybe they could have a chance on a beautiful woman. But now men can just sit at home and get off to 1,000 women. And this is an addiction because you will start watching something and then you need more, you need more, you need more. Same with alcohol. And I know some people that they don't even want to make love with their girlfriend because they're so addicted to adult content. I have heard of this. I don't think I know anyone like this, but I've heard of these scenarios when men are so addicted to adult content that they can't even make love to their women anymore. This is terrifying. It's an addiction. You cannot make love anymore to people because you have been watching something so extreme. Maybe even from a very young age, maybe even as a boy. And this addiction thing it's the extreme, but this is very common. People get addicted to this and they stay at home and they no longer want to be a good man or a woman because they can see thousands of naked people at home. It's the lack of motivation. We don't have a motivation anymore to go out and meet a partner that loves us. Why should we try to be a good man or a woman when we could just stay at home and watch content? And staying at home and watching content is not truly living. We're not going through heartbreak and love, and we're not
I'm going to jump in here. If the forest is such a supermarket, if Mother Nature provides, which most humans argue with me, and they have my entire life, decades, they've argued that Mother Nature provides. Why are there so many hungry animals and birds in the forest? All types of birds, from chickadees, sparrows. There was a woodpecker shown. There was a mouse. There was a squirrel. What's going on with this? Why are all these animals and birds hungry enough to eat from something that's obviously not recognizable in nature? A square block of food is unnatural. They've never stumbled upon that before. A big block like that of solid food. That's unnatural. That's not something that they would encounter in the woods until this. But they're willing to go to it and eat because they're hungry. They're not full from just a bountiful nature, Mother Nature. Mother Nature's bounty people talk about. You've heard all this shit your whole life. And this is proof. Any trail cam, not just this channel. There's lots of them. They'll put out all kinds of different food, including frozen pizzas and peanut butter and all kinds of stuff they'll put out there that they're not going to find growing in the woods because it's something humans came up with. But they'll eat it because they're hungry. They'll eat something they've never tasted before. They'll eat something in Canada on the snow that's tropical fruit that they'd never encounter in the woods because it doesn't grow here. I could put out bananas there, for example, and they would eat. Do you understand? And some people on my channel years ago when I first showed this said, why? Because they're hungry. That's the simple answer. And it's usually the answer that people don't want to look at because they have this in their fucking heads that nature provides. Nature's bountiful. Go out in the woods and look for food and see how much you find. I'm surprised we don't find more starved to death animals and corpses. But the reason we don't is because other animals will eat them when they starve to death. They just become food and they disappear quickly. But there's not a whole lot of food to be found. People don't like to hear that. I know that's the case with people. I know that humans, that's the one thing that running this channel just reinforced even more for me. Humans don't want the truth. They much prefer the lies that make them feel good. By the way, when I'm showing something like this, do what Nolan and others do. Switch to another channel. Watch something else. Turn away from the truth. Congratulations. If you're too weak to face any truth, congratulations. You deserve to stay here. I don't want you outside of this realm, people that don't want to face the truth. Why would I trust you? I'm showing what this realm is, and you want to turn away and deny it. Well, how can I help you after that? I can't. Because what you're doing is defending this hell realm with your denial. And then I can't trust you. I don't trust beings in denial. the ones still tuned in, a bunch of people left. They couldn't take it. Do what's human. Go back to your programming. Defend Mother Nature. Go ahead. See where it leads you. See where opposing the truth that's observable, see where it leads you. See if it hurts you. See if being a dumbass and lazy and weak and unable to face the truth and unwilling, see if it leads you anywhere good. See if it makes you clever and smart to deny the truth that's being shown. Run away. Switch the channel. Watch some shitty content. Watch some Team Evil shit channels. Go ahead. See where that leads you. There seems to be a lot of hungry animals out there in the woods, in nature, as Godus talks about. And stupid Nolan follows and says, well, in nature, you idiots don't understand nature. You don't. You don't get it. There's a lot of you that don't get it. You don't get it. Because you won't observe and then say to yourselves, why are they eating that? That's a very unnatural thing to be out in the woods and have that much snow cleared away by a shovel. There's no snow there. It's cleared. They're in a clearing. They're vulnerable to predators because they're in a clearing with cleared snow and clear line of sight. And this block is put there that's not natural to be found in nature. But they'll eat because they're very hungry. And this is too much for dummies like Nolan and others to understand. They won't learn. They won't learn. And he's not the only one. He's just an example of someone that came here last night. He likes to come around here, but he doesn't like to observe, listen, learn. He pushes his programmed bullshit. It's very human. That's what people do. Like that Jehovah's Witnesses go around knocking on doors on Saturdays to push their programming. But they don't want to listen and learn anything. They believe they have it all figured out. And they want to go and preach their programmed shit. There are idiots that over the years have tuned into my channel, to my live streams, and they'll say, I don't know why he's showing this. They're too fucking stupid. I have to explain it each time. And if I don't, they won't get it. And even though I do explain it, they still won't get it. Because they'll tune in for a minute and go, why is he showing this? And they'll tune out. It's a realm of lazy zombies and demon tards that don't deserve the truth. They're too lazy. They don't respect me. They're not respectful beings. They're just pieces of shit. And they can stay here in this hell realm forever. If you think there's hunger now, just wait and see. Would all of these types of animals be going there, large and small, and birds, from mice to squirrels to deer, crows, would they be going to eat there if food wasn't scarce in the woods, in that whole forest? I know there's a lot of zombies in this realm, including ones that have been on my channel, that would argue you can find food in the forest. You try to consistently in the forest, try to find consistently in a forest near you 1,500 to 2,000 calories of edible forest food, berries, mushrooms, plants, whatever, a day. Day after day for 1 month solid. Try it. Because I just don't believe you. Most humans just lie. It's like your automatic defense mechanism. That's what I encounter in this realm is liars. They'll say, well, there's berries in the woods. There's this. You try to find enough calories to sustain you so that you don't go into starvation mode where you could survive a month, day after day, getting enough calories to live. Let's say you're a 200-pound man. You'll need around 2,000 calories a day. Where are you going to get the calories in the wood? And I know you fucking assholes out there. I know you by now because I've seen your comments for years saying you can take the bark off a tree and do this. You just don't want to admit things. You don't want to do it. You want to play around and play demon games. You don't want to face reality. You're just pieces of shit. Most people that are on YouTube will never be honest, will never admit they've had a wrong view about nature, never admit they've been programmed. You just want to make up shit. That's what you demons do. And most of you are demons in this realm. And I'm going to make sure that you stay here. I can't trust you here, and I can't trust you outside of here. Because it's very simple. If you want to prove me wrong, show it. Go live in the woods, document your diet. Don't get anything from a grocery store. Live off what's in the forest. And show me the calorie count. And take a little scale with you to weigh the food so you can show me how much you've consumed that day. Do a scientific study and prove me wrong. You fuckers can't do it. Because all you want to do is lie. And I know I'm in a realm of liars. I'm aware of that, and I don't believe that most people are aware of that. I think most of you, even on my channel, would say we're not in a realm of liars, that people are just fooled, and it's not their fault, and they're innocent, and they're this and that. It's all these excuses. You know, you humans would be very, we'll call it rich, if you could convert your excuses into money and into spiritual enlightenment. Because that's what most of you do. You're full of fucking excuses. Constantly making excuses. And that's what I get in the comments on my videos all the time. Tons of excuses that don't change the design at all. All of your human fucking excuses don't change this hell realm one fucking bit. Which is, it shows me something about you, what you are. You're excuse-making demons. That's what most of you are on Earth. And zombies. And you won't do anything to prove me wrong. You'll just open your big mouths like Nolan does. And any other demons that come around here, that's all you can do. I know you'd be starving in less than 30 days out in the woods. I know you can't drink water or melt snow without heating it well enough over a fire to sterilize it without getting very, very sick from parasites. Mother Nature's not your friend. As much as you programmed simpleton zombie losers want to believe it is. And the proof is right there. You can't even drink water from a glacier or a lake or a river or a pond or just let snow melt in your hand and drink it. You better boil it or you're in trouble because you don't have the digestive system that deer does. Again, most of you are unaware of this. You're ignorant. And that's what humans love to get gold stars for, is being ignorant throughout life. You think a lot of you think that's a good thing, to be ignorant. You go right ahead, stay ignorant. But you're staying here. You're staying here. I'll go back here. Why did the deer turn around and do that? Why are deer skittish? Watch again. Right here. Because they have to be on guard, or they'll be prey to predators. They live in fear. They live looking for food to survive, and they live in fear. I know a lot of you don't want to see nature this way and animals, wild animals this way. I know the way humans are. They prefer lies to truth. You do. But if you're out in the wild, you have to move very gently and very quietly and slowly and calmly to get close to a deer out in the woods. It can be done, but it's difficult. Because they're aware they can be eaten. They could be shot by a hunter, by a bow, by a gun. There could be wolves. They're aware that predators, all their defense mechanism is run. That's it. That's all they can really do. If it's a deer like this, unless it's a great big male buck, then they can use their hooves and they could fight a hunter if they're up close. But mostly deer run away. That's their defense mechanism, to run fast. And they can run very fast. They can take off in a heartbeat. A lot of you humans want to believe that it's a Disney movie out in the woods. That if we could only get back to nature, well, animals live in fear. That's something you don't want to face. I know most people don't want to face the truths that I've shown here on my channel. You don't hear this spoken about other places. They don't dissect and analyze nature the way I've done. That's not patting myself on the back. It's showing you I'm different. My channel's different. You don't see this kind of breakdown other places. And I've done this many times before today with these trail cams. I'm showing you observable truth. And there's only a small number on earth that want that. Most people prefer the lies they've been fed. Now you can say, well, it's not their fault, Stephen. It's never anyone's fault in this realm. It's not their fault. They were fed these lies. They can't help it. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's never their fault. You have a responsibility, if you want the truth, to seek the fucking truth. You can't go through life saying, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. They lied to me. They lied to me in second grade. I just thought nature was a Disney movie. Where's your thirst for truth? Where's your curiosity? Go ahead, dip in and dip out. Go change the channel. Go watch some shit channel. And that's what a lot of you do. That's why the numbers go up and down every live stream as I'm live. They go up, they'll go up to whatever number, then they'll dip down. 7, 10 people will leave. That's what happens. Most people are not serious, sincere truth seekers. They're just frauds. They're fakes. They're wannabes. They're pretenders. They're losers. That's what most are in this realm. That's why you never learn anything. Lifetime upon lifetime. These deer on the screen are more intelligent than most of you zombies that dip in on my channel for a few minutes and then you leave, and then you come back later and you think, oh, this might be more exciting. There might be more entertainment and drama. That's what most people are looking for, entertainment and drama. You're not truth seekers, most humans. You just want to be entertained. You want to plop your ass down somewhere and watch a movie. Oh, and another thing that comes to mind, zombies lie about me and say, he hates nature, he hates animals. Not at all. I've always loved watching animals out in the woods in nature. We had cottages growing up when I was a kid, and one of our cottages was on a river, and across the river there were no other cottages. It was all protected land, like a park, basically, a provincial park. And there would be deer, and we would put out salt blocks and watch the deer from across the river. The river was hundreds of feet wide. I would say close to 500 feet at that point. But we would watch the deer, sometimes watch with binoculars. And our cottage was right on the river. We had docks, we had boats, we had canoes, we had speedboats for water skiing. Later on, we had sea-doos. In the wintertime, we had snowmobiles. The river would freeze, and we'd race snowmobiles on the frozen ice. We'd play hockey out on the river, skate to the neighbors, skate for miles on the river. It was tons of fun. And cross-country skiing as well on the river and in the park across the river. I won't name which place, but a lot of outdoor fun, a lot of camping enjoyment. So I grew up spending a lot of time outdoors. For the zombies that grew up in cities, and I'm not blaming you for growing up in cities, but you don't know everything. You got to drop that ego and stop calling me narrow-minded and say to yourself, you should open your mind a bit. I might know a thing or two. I might have observed animals, like observed squirrels' behavior, watch them for hours to see how they behave. I asked a guy a couple years ago on a YouTube channel, have you ever just sat and watched a squirrel for an hour? And he was one of those California dudes from San Diego. And he's like, no, why? What did you see? Well, they live in fear. That's why they're skittish and looking around, because there's birds of prey, there's owls, there's hawks. There's all sorts of animals that would eat a squirrel. They live in fear. And then I've heard people make excuses. Not in the woods, Stephen. Only in the city do they live in fear. Only in a backyard. You're full of shit. There's predators everywhere, you fucking liars and excuse makers. I've run into so many liars in this lifetime that I'll never be able to even express what I think of the lying, fucking filthy humans here. And I realize how that sounds. I realize some of you are so simple and dumb that you'll associate it with what I showed you the other day with Creepy Keith, his hatred for humanity. I realize some of you can't make distinctions. I realize I'm dealing with a species of beings that are pretty fucking limited. You can't pay attention long enough to learn something or to tell the difference between this and that, A and B, orange and apple, King Stephen versus shit channel, fucking narcissistic demon channels. A lot of you can't do it. And you've shown me for over 3 years now, you can't do it. The majority of people that have come to my channel can't do that. You can't do things that I would call simple and take for granted. You can't do it. So I'm trying to teach people certain high level things, and I always have to pull back because most people can't handle it. You just can't do it. And I do think that most humans are egotistical, emotionally driven zombies, and you're attached to lies and you feel good about it. You feel good about believing and repeating the lies of this realm. Most humans. You don't want the truth. You don't hunger for truth the way I do and hunger to understand how things work. If it's a complex or intricate system that isn't simple. People love it being simple. Nature's good. Men are bad. Men ruin the world. We're destroying, like the Talcott view. Most people want that simple shit. You don't want the truth. You don't care if what you believe is true, as long as it's simple and you don't have to think very much. That's what people are like. The vast majority on YouTube are that way. As that expression goes, keep it simple, stupid. And by stupid, they mean you, the ones that crave simplicity. You don't crave the truth. Most people don't want to watch videos like this and me explaining why. They're going right to that food that looks like a fucking block. Like it's completely unnatural. A deer, unless it's put out by a human, would never encounter that in nature. That's alien to them, yet they're eating it. They're not saying, maybe this is a trap, I better not go there and eat that. They're so hungry that they're driven to eat it. And it's very easy to see. But do I think that most humans could come to my channel and understand even that much? No, I don't. I don't anymore at all. When I started my channel, I thought there was a chance that I could reach thousands of people and get them to see. But after over 3 years of doing this, it's maybe a couple dozen people, maybe, that see enough or barely enough to even have any chance of getting out of here, because people don't want to see. They want to resist the truth and make excuses for the hell realm design. And there's a cost to that. So this would be known as unnatural. It isn't just food from the forest that's put there. It's a big pile of peanut butter, which is a processed food, obviously. Peanut butter doesn't grow like this or sprout up in the woods. I wish I didn't have to explain things like that, but there's always people tuned in that can't understand anything. They just can't do it. And I hope that comes across. I hope one day it really sinks in and hits home with people and they realize that they're in a zombie realm and that it isn't, oh, well, Steven hates people, as Margot would say. No, I don't hate them. I see them as they are, though. Just like I see that peanut butter as being peanut butter. I don't look at that and see a chocolate cake. I don't look at that peanut butter and see an apple or a watermelon or a pineapple. I see what it is. And I see what zombies are in this realm by their behavior. And you trying to blame me and put me down doesn't change what I see. They're still zombies. Why are so many hungry? What's going on here? Run away to the shit channels. That's what people should do. Go program yourselves more. This coyote is missing an eye, and this is how brutal nature is. Again, this is something most people don't want to face because they don't want to view nature as brutal. They'd rather pretend it's something that it isn't. That's what people do. I think people's natural inclination on earth is to be dishonest. I'll put it that way. With almost every interaction and with almost every topic that you could discuss with them. Most people are dishonest, and it seems to be their default setting. Like a robot would have a default mode. The default mode for humans seems to be dishonesty, defending, making bullshit excuses for evil, for nature, for everything in this hell realm. That's what you're good at. And that's what I see. I see you as humanity is good at making bullshit excuses and very bad at accepting and facing and seeking truth. You're terrible at that overall. But you're pretty good at making excuses for everything. Like this coyote missing an eye, you just say, well, it's an accident. Things happen in nature. It's not God's fault. It's that you have tons of excuses running through your minds. And I've dealt with enough of you, thousands on earth, to know that is the case. It's what you do. And it's why you're staying here. I would never want to spend eternity with excuse makers. Whenever I speak the truth, all they can come up with is excuses for every kind of suffering, including this coyote missing an eye. I'm sure you have excuses for this. It's what you humans do. I've studied nature, but I've also studied you as a species, humanity. And it's what you do. You make excuses for evil. You don't drop the excuses. You don't drop your programming. It's so rare that it's rare enough to run into one or two beings in this whole realm that can drop the fucking excuses and just face things. There are injured birds all over this realm from here to Japan. Pigeons, crows, ducks, all sorts of birds. Injured, sometimes missing feet. Sometimes part of their feet are torn off. And people try to take care of them and help them. There are more injured animals in the wild than most of you would ever imagine. That's reality again, because most people don't look. I've known people that lived into their 90s. They never looked at nature this way and thought of it. I've said to some of the old people very basic truths, and they'll go, I never thought of that before. Most people, and I'm convinced of this, go cradle to grave without ever looking at where they are. A basic thing. They don't do it. And then the excuses come in. Oh, I never had time in my 95 years of life. I never had time. I was working. I was busy. I had a family. There's always excuses, mountains of excuses for why they never look at where they are and what goes on here and look at the big picture. Beyond maybe they saw one bird in their life injured and they isolated it to, well, I saw a bird once that was injured. There's millions of injured birds out there. Millions. This place would look, if you could do it, which I don't expect anyone to be able to do it, if you could pull back and examine this world, big picture view, it would look like a horror show of atrocities injured beings and a feeding frenzy of everything trying to eat something else. It's either eating something or being eaten. A feeding frenzy. That's what they call it when sharks are in the water and there's blood. The sharks will go into a feeding frenzy. Well, that's what this whole realm is. Now, people that study oceanographers, let's say, or marine biologists might see that and go, "Oh, well, that's a feeding frenzy. Those sharks there, we just threw some bloody steak in the water and we made them go into a feeding frenzy." But they don't. They isolate it to that. But it's this entire realm that's a feeding frenzy. Now, almost no one on Earth will ever see what I just said. They'll never be able to do it. And it doesn't matter how much evidence I provide. I can provide Mount Everest mountain ranges, Himalayas of fucking evidence. It doesn't matter because people don't want to think. They don't want to look. They don't want to listen. They don't want to ponder. They don't want to think. They don't want to see the truth. They prefer not to. And I call that weak. And they call me far worse than weak, but people will feel sorry for them, saying, "Oh, Steven's so mean. He calls them weak-minded zombies." And well, they are. They are. And a lot of them would murder me if they could get away with it for speaking the truth, for sharing truth with you for years. If they could murder me to silence me, they would do it. And a lot of you, I don't think even realize that. You might think that's far-fetched, but it isn't. There's quite a few of them. Creepy Keith is just one of them. But there's quite a few of them. And that says something about your realm as well, where you are. And that's what they would do. They would do that today. They would do it 200 years ago, 500 years ago, if I was speaking the truth about this realm. And they would do it today as well. Humanity hasn't changed since, let's say, the Dark Ages, medieval times, whatever. It hasn't changed. You're just as brutal as ever. You hate truth speakers overall, most of you in this realm hate truth speakers and envy ones with minds that can see more than you do, every bit as much as they did 500, 1,000, 2,000 years ago. That hasn't changed at all. Some of you dummies like Nolan talk about evolution and this and that. And none of that is going on at all. At all. Humanity's not evolving. You're degrading. If anything, you're getting worse and more heartless and more psychopathic than you were. And I observe this pattern. That's very sweet, Salty Siren. I had to end the life of a rabbit one time that was hit by a car tire, squashed. Half of the rabbit's body was completely squashed and flattened. And the rabbit was twitching but still alive and in pain on the side of the road one time in front of my place. I saw it get hit. And I had to end its life to put it out of its misery because it was suffering. There was no way that it could survive. And I still think of that all these years later. That was around 15 years ago or more. Most people will never look at the way this place is. Never. Humans in general are so dumb. They think that the wilderness is just a paradise for animals and birds and fish. They're just retarded. They're below retarded. They're oblivious. Absolutely oblivious. A lot of you might have missed Nolan coming on last night complaining about tooth pain. He has a toothache. He said he doesn't know if it's infected or not. He stopped brushing his teeth because Gotis doesn't. This is what they do. These These sheep follow others on YouTube. And he kept trying to bring it up to get sympathy from me, as though that was going to get me to feed him sympathy. But he's been a troll towards me for months. So harassed me. Why should I feel sympathy for him? He follows psychopaths and liars. And he comes around to my channel, a real truth channel, to harass me and play games and mock and be stupid. I think Footprints was here last night. I don't think Wendy was here. It was in the middle of the night. I don't know if Salty was here. But he came on live. I posted the link. And he was live. He used the name Raven. He never uses a name. Plays games. Never shows his face. He's cowardly. He's talking about having a rotten tooth and saying that he's suffering. It's the worst pain. He doesn't care, but he's never shown any care for anyone else's suffering at all. Ever. And he's an example of what there is in this realm. That's why sometimes I've had him on live to speak. I'll put up a banner just in case, so he can't porn bomb me, because who knows? I don't trust him. Yeah, he might have wanted that. He might have wanted that. He might have wanted to try to get me play on my heartstrings to get me to pay for it. That's the only time I've seen him say the word suffering was about himself. That's the only time I've heard him talk about suffering and pain, was him saying he's in it. He's been here for months. I don't know if it's half a year or if it's a full year by now. He's been harassing me, I would say close to a year at this point. Never heard him acknowledge suffering in this realm until it's him. It's so typical. They don't care about anyone else's suffering. Animals, whether it's birds, animals, other people, they don't care. And I've seen him compliment and call others intelligent or highly intelligent. Absolute shit channels and losers and demons. He thinks it's funny. It's all these demon games. It is so typical. I am toughening myself up to the point where I don't care if these demons suffer. He's harassed me for months and months and months, if not close to a year at this point. I don't remember when I first encountered that creature, but I'm not very good at remembering how long I've known someone or how long someone's been coming around to my channel. Because so many come and go. I can't pay attention to all that. So I really don't know how long since he's been here. I don't know how long it's been since the 3 witches left. I know it was months ago, but was it 3, 4, 5 months ago? I can't remember. Yeah, he's been wasting my time and energy. And like always, he's been given chance after chance to do something other than that, which he doesn't do. It's kind of like Manny in that respect. Give me another chance. I'll show you. I'll prove it to you. Well, Manny had over 2 years here, and he was a liar the whole time. I'm just tired of liars. Fakes, phonies, pretenders, trolls, losers, demons, zombies. He didn't come here to learn anything. He's had months on my channel to learn something. He just comes to push the same stupid shit. Just a waste. Even after it's gone, it's been licked up, they're still coming back to see thinking, is there food there? If there's so much food everywhere else in the fucking forest, why are they coming back to this empty wood slice where they had peanut butter on it? I know what idiots would say. They can smell it, Steven. It's still, this is what people do. People will just make excuses. It's what they do. Why doesn't this black bear have plenty of food to eat? Should have plenty of food, right? This black bear on screen. He's coming around. See him? They're still coming around to the spot where the food was. That got 1.4 million views, that video. Some people would say, that's great. It's getting so many views. People are learning about nature. I don't think they're learning. I think they're watching and being entertained, but I don't think they're learning. I don't think most humans are capable of learning. And I know that how that hits people's minds. They don't like it. But I don't think most people are capable of learning. I don't believe you as a species or as multiple species under the umbrella of human. I don't think you can learn. I think you can watch stuff just like you can watch a movie, but actually learn about what you're seeing, learn something about nature. I don't think so. I don't think most humans learn. You go through life not learning. I wonder if there's another being on earth that's ever described these videos, these wildlife bush cam videos the way I do, with the animals feeding on what they put out there and said what it shows about nature. I wonder if there's another being on earth that's ever done that. And I know how people take things. They take it the wrong way. I'm saying it because it shows me that most people don't see until shown and have it explained. Do you see thousands of videos or channels showing this and exposing what nature is? Using this footage to explain what's going on? Because I don't. I've been on YouTube since the beginning, and I've been on all kinds of social media before YouTube, from MySpace to the early internet chat rooms, and most people don't have an understanding of nature. They worship it, they glorify it, but they don't understand it. And that includes woodsmen, hunters. They'll say, well, I understand nature because I go out in nature and I kill elk or moose and I hunt and I eat the meat and and they'll say they understand it, but I don't think they do. I don't think they do. You could ask almost any hunter in America or Canada, hunter in America or Canada or the UK, wherever, and say, do you understand nature? They'd say, of course I do. I'm a hunter. I'm out in the woods. I'm a woodsman. I'm an outdoorsman. I'm a this. They'll hype themselves up. And then if I ask them to describe nature, they'd probably start off talking about how beautiful it is and peaceful, and they'd be way off target. And this is what bothers people because I'm speaking real truth here. And they'll lie. People come to my channel or on other channels will say, oh, there's lots that are saying what Steven's saying. Well, show me. Where are they? Until I say it and they copy me, I don't think they observe on their own. You're going to learn one day, the easy way or the hard way, that you're in a realm full of liars, copycats, gaslighters, thieves, demons. If a deer wasn't hungry, a wild deer, they wouldn't eat food like this. They'd leave it alone, saying, well, that's weird. I don't know what that is. That's not part of my diet. I don't even know if that's food. But he will lick the pumpkins and eat. If he wasn't hungry, he wouldn't do it. All kinds of birds, ruffled grouse, all types of birds here. If nature were a supermarket, bountiful, filled with lots of food, delicious food, why would they care about this trash, these trashed pumpkins thrown there? Why would anything go for it to eat it? The bears always seem to get there late. It's probably not the same bear, but it might be. It's a possibility. Anyway, that's the way it goes. Outdoor theater is the name of this channel, and people do treat it like theater. It's entertainment for people. Even the person that runs this channel and puts the trail cameras out there, I don't think they understand. I don't think they do. Hundreds of acres, thousands of acres. Out of all that, what are they eating? They're eating stuff he throws on the ground. Human food. Pieces of salmon fillets with no skin tossed out there onto the ground of the forest floor. Anyway, I try to explain things, and I try to show people things that are observably true, but I just don't think there's most in this realm that will ever understand based on what I've seen. With the amount of hours I put in for over 3 years, most people will never get it. They don't even have the attention span to watch this long and understand something. All right. Over 4 hours now I've been live. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Yes, exactly. Could be a trap. And they're aware of that. Now, most people don't want to learn about nature. They'd rather go watch a channel that claims that you're living in a moon crater. Or they'd rather go watch Jeranism channel that says you're living on a spinning ball. Or Nachaquifa channel that says the earth is flying upwards. You people watch a lot of shit. You really do. On YouTube. And you believe that you're truthers. You're watching garbage channels, lots of them. That's just a few. Or you're watching Matt McKinley's Humpty Dumpty shit show. Or you're watching Jason the Creep on Archaic's channel. Or you're watching Tony Sayers for his shit sandwiches. Or you're watching Howdy Mikowski. And these are just the ones that come to mind. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of shit channels that people don't like to admit that they're watching. They're filling up their skulls with shit. And they will mock my channel when I'm showing you something that's showing you where you are and explaining it. They don't like that. So be it. Go away. Just stay away from me. That's what I want these creatures to do. Stay away from me. Go get programmed on shit channels. You've made your choice already. You want more programming. You want more lies. You want more useless garbage. That's what most people want. That's why they'll tune in here for a minute or two and leave. You don't belong here. You belong on the channels that will feed you more lies, more useless stuff, more things that won't help you a bit. And that's what you humans love the most. So this guy that set up the camera says the wolf is so timid with the camera. The wolf is cautious.
On this gorgeous little island here, both sides, this little wooded area. This looks like the perfect spot for some trail cameras. These are some fish that I had left over from a previous fishing trip. And this is that carp that I found in that video a few videos back, if you guys remember. I'll put a link to it if you haven't seen that one. Normally I save a lot of this stuff for catfish bait, especially my old shiners and all that, but I have so much catfish bait. When I was a little boy, we used to catch pike minnows all the time at a local river. Pike minnows, you have to kill them because they eat all the game fish in the river system. In some states, they even pay you to kill them. You can bring them in for a bounty. But we used to just kill them and throw them up on the bank in big piles. You come back the next day and they'd be all gone. And we used to wonder and speculate what came along to take them. And so now I'll be able to know for sure. And there we go. One carp, bunch of shiners, and one goldfish. Let's leave this, see what comes along.
So one of the first animals to get wind of this pile of fish was this family of river otters. Isn't that cool? I've never seen that before. There must have been like 6 or 7 of them. And you can tell they want it, but they're scared. They're scared to go in and get it. And I think the light from the tree, 6 or 7 of them. And you can tell they want it, but they're scared. They're scared to go in and get it. And I think the light from the trail cameras spooked them because they ran off. I was a little bummed about that. I wanted to see them gather around and feast. But this possum, he wasn't shy. And that's pretty typical. Possum aren't shy about anything, really. They'll walk up on your front porch and try to get in your house, actually. And he is a little cautious here, kind of sniffs around. He's almost like, is this too good to be true here? He takes a little morsel, kind of nibbles on it, and is like, you know what? This is actually pretty darn good. Those are shiners, by the way. And he's probably never had shiners before. New food to him, but he seems to be enjoying it. And I thought it was funny. Look how much he's chewing here. All right, so he gets one in his mouth. Look how much he chews. What was that, like 100 times? I did not know they chewed their food like that. And I love how he just sits on the pile of fish now. Just like, you know what? This is cool. I could get used to this. And then a raccoon comes along, and he's like, what's with this little fish deal when we got this right here? And this is a littler raccoon. It almost looks like a teenage raccoon. A lot of raccoons I've seen have been real fat in this area, and they have big fluffy tails. This is kind of a skinnier one, little skinny tail there. And he goes straight for the sucker fish. He's like, why would I mess with all those little ones when I got this right here? Carries him off to his den. And then the next morning, the pile of fish was pretty decimated. You can see some cardinals in the back there checking it out, but they're definitely not going to eat on it. But then all the birds had to scatter because this dude came around. The other camera showed it was a black bear. He must have swum across to the island, and it was super weird to me that he did not even look at the fish there. Was not interested at all that just lumbers off into the forest. That was very unexpected. It's such a small island. And then that night, another possum comes around, starts feasting, and throughout all the second night, there were so many possums, so many raccoons that came around and just kept grabbing a fish and taking off. I don't know how many were the same animal, or how many are like, they're just like 6 or 7 or 8 different raccoons and possums that were living on this island. Not really sure. This guy just hung out on the pile of food. I just pigged out. Kind of looks like a little pig there. And they just decimated the whole pile of fish throughout the night. This guy comes over, takes, might be 1 or 2 more there, takes almost the last one. And then later on that same night, another creature comes along. It's another bear. And like I said, I don't know if this is the same bear or it's, you know, a different one. Just that many animals swim over to the island. You can tell he swam. Look how wet he is. He swam over, but he didn't come over for the fish because he never even goes over to the fish. It was super weird to me. So then the next day I thought, you know, I'm going to throw out some old whiting that I had in the freezer from a saltwater trip to Florida. Let's see what comes along and eats. And I kind of repositioned the trail cameras, just kind of set them up on the bank there. And I thought, let's come along and see what'll grab this if it's out on a rock like that. By the way, if you guys want to check out the trail cameras I'm using, I'll put a link to them in the description. Amazing Rexing trail cameras, picking up all this cool stuff. So you see the fish right there and the geese going by. I'm not really sure if a goose convention was going on upriver, but we definitely had some families making their way upriver. Multiple families, actually. Got a bunch of those are kind of like teenage geese there. They're not really goslings. They're kind of getting as big as their parents. Probably going to fly the coop soon, but they were all headed towards something. Not really sure. And in the middle of the night, this is the first time I've ever gotten a baby possum to come around. And he's scared of something along the bank there. I wanted to see what it was, but you can't see behind the sticks. It was either a snake or a turtle, I'm thinking. But he had a stare down with something along the shore there. I'm kind of thinking it may have been a turtle. Look, kind of spooked him. But he's a trembly little fella, a little baby possum, and that fish is huge to him. He grabs it and he just takes off. That was pretty cool. And then a little raccoon comes along. He's like, man, I know I missed out on something here. He could smell it. It's like, man, there was something real good. Sniffs the trail camera, probably had scent from the fish on the trail camera, and he goes off. So that was kind of cool. So the next day I thought, I'm going to put out some more old bait from the Florida trip. I saved pieces of chicken that were from crab traps and just threw them in the freezer, kind of didn't know why. And then I had a bunch of frozen mullet that I didn't know what I was going to do with. Thought maybe I'd use it for crawfish bait or something like that later. And this dog comes along, finds it first. He has a collar there, and you can see in the far right corner, there's a fisherman in a boat. And it must have been fishing along the river. Got out to check out the area, and they see my trail camera. By the way, I do not know these guys. These were total strangers. This was totally random. Just some fishermen along the shore that saw the camera.
That almost looks like a reporter. Okay. Come on, just leave it. Man, look at them. What? Oh, he's put food out right here for them. There's fish and a bunch of little fish and a piece of chicken. Might be, or a fox. Come on.
That was real decent of those guys not to just take off with the trail camera. They could have easily stolen it. I would have had no idea. Couple of decent fellows right there, that's for sure. Speaking of fishermen, this heron's doing a little fishing along the shore. If you're unfamiliar with heron, this is how they fish. They walk very carefully along the shore and snatch live fish from the shallows. But this heron's like, what on earth is going on here? Plucks a mullet. And see, at this point, I was like, is he gonna eat a saltwater fish? Not really sure. And it's been frozen before. But he dips it delicately into the water. I thought that was hilarious because the fish is laying in the sand. Dips it 3 times, kind of tasting it. Dips it a 4th time. Do not want any sand on my fish. And turns it head first, which is what they always do. They always turn their fish head first. And swallows it. He's like, I like seafood. Not too shabby. This is the easiest fishing day I've ever done. I think I'll have another. Plucks another one. I love it. Dips it into the water. I love it. He's like, this seafood is not too bad. This is unlike any fish I've ever eaten. I think I'll have another. Now there is a little bit bigger fish, another little whiting laying there, probably about 7 or 8 inches. And he goes for that. It's like, what? Kind of leaves it. It's like, that's a little too big for me. It's probably about as big as his head. Plucks another little mullet. And delicately dips it into the water. You don't want sand on your fish, that's for sure. What a cool creature. And then a little later in the afternoon, these deer are swimming across the river. That is so cool. It's amazing how many animals swim over to this island. Love the tail wagging there. Now, is it just me, or does she look like she's scared to go in the water? She's like, it's so cold. Don't want to get in, but I guess I will. And they swim to the other side. Then about an hour later, this happened. And if you're wondering, wait a second, is the river coming up that fast? Yes, it does. The river can rise like 2 feet in like 2 hours, and I'm wondering if that's why the animals were leaving the island. But that brought in this creature. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge turtle. I'm talking like 20, 24 inches long, has to be. He grabs a piece of chicken, an old piece of chicken that's been in the salt water, takes off with it. And I wasn't sure. He's grabbing everything in the pile, every fish, every piece of chicken. And is he eating it that fast, or is he like storing it somewhere? Do turtles do that? I don't think they store their food. If that's the case, that is why this guy is so humongous. He has a tremendous appetite. One more fish there. Yeah. Grabs that too. And it's interesting how cautious he is. That's also why he's so big. He's a cautious turtle with a big appetite. He's been alive a long time. He's looking around. Anything else up here? Or did I get it all? He's also a thorough turtle. That is so cool. Guys, if you want to check out the trail cameras that I used in this video, I'll put a link to them down in the description. Very, very nice cameras. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next.
Andrea Dworkin was feminism's most brilliant and deranged propagandist, and the failure of most feminist leaders to disavow her claims offers conclusive proof that feminism is a hate movement. I'm Janice Fiamengo, and this is the Fiamengo File 2.0. Most people are at least familiar with Andrea Dworkin as feminist icon, with her massive physical bulk, her impassioned rhetoric, and her trademark lesbian-identified overalls. Fewer have read her books. In their time, the books were considered groundbreaking and even true. Feminist author Ariel Levy has called Dworkin a, quote, savior goddess, and the, quote, evangelical untouchable preacher for the oppressed. Today, Dworkin's unhinged hatred of men seems bombastic and disingenuous, yet her impact on North American feminist culture is undeniable. No feminist did more to outline and consolidate the modern feminist understanding of sex than Dworkin, who wrote on the subject obsessively and with unparalleled fervid authority in books with titles such as Woman Hating. Like other radical feminists, Dworkin fulminated against rape, pornography, and prostitution, joining forces in the early 1980s with law professor Catherine McKinnon to draft anti-pornography legislation. But her special focus was the degradation for women of sex itself, everyday sex, the commonly accepted normalized indignity that men allegedly inflict on women. Sex, she believed, embodied nothing less than male hatred. Quote, intercourse is the pure, sterile, formal expression of men's contempt for women. This is the thesis of her most representative book, Intercourse, published in 1987 when Dworkin was 41 years old. Intercourse set out to illuminate through select readings of literary texts what Dworkin believed to be the constant of male culture, the, quote, hatred of women, unexplained, undiagnosed, mostly unacknowledged, that pervades sexual practice and sexual passion, end quote. The phrase she most often used in the book to refer to intercourse was the fuck, meant to signify the dehumanization that normal intercourse supposedly involved. Dworkin nominated herself the expert on male contempt for women because she had been, as she claimed, its victim. Quote, specifically, am I saying that I know more than men about fucking? She asked defiantly in the preface to the book. And she answered, yes, I am. Not just different, more and better, deeper and wider, the way anyone used knows the user. Though she also claimed in her combative preface that the book, quote, does not say that all men are rapists or that all intercourse is rape, she does, as I will show, essentially say that, if not in quite those words. As she asserted only a page after the denial, quote, intercourse, meaning the book, conveys what it means that men and now boys feel entitled to come into the privacy of a woman's body in a context of inequality, end quote. In another segment, she clarified that most, even the vast majority of men are sexually abusive. Men objected, she claimed, to feminist critiques of pornography and prostitution because, quote, so many men use these ignoble routes of access and domination to get laid that, quote, without them, the number of fucks would so significantly decrease that men might nearly be chaste, end quote. In other words, men who objected to her arguments about the omnipresence of exploitation were themselves abusers who didn't like the thought of their exploitation being curtailed. This was Dworkin, bombastic, hyperbolic, incandescent, with a rage that didn't excuse her smearing of all men, even if her accounts of sexual abuse at men's hands were true and unadorned. Late in life, Dworkin made bizarre allegations about having been raped in a Paris hotel room that even her most devoted admirers found very difficult to believe. Ultimately, no one knows the truth of Dworkin's many alleged violations, which were the basis for all she wrote. Dworkin said she had been molested or raped at around 9 years of age, later abused by New York City prison doctors at age 18 after her arrest during a Vietnam War protest, and then badly beaten many times by a man she had married in Amsterdam in the early 1970s. Though she escaped this man and carried on a life of writing and advocacy in the United States, during which time she became closely associated with feminist leaders such as Susan Brown Miller, Gloria Steinem, and Catherine McKinnon, Dworkin's feminist advocacy was always distinguished from these other leaders by its unmitigated condemnation of men. And to this day, the vast majority of feminist leaders are undisturbed by Dworkin's bigotry, justifying it as understandable, even necessary and helpful. Quote, people who raised their eyebrows at her supposed extremism or her intransigence or her fire took secret glee from that, said Robin Morgan, adding that, like Malcolm X, Dworkin's was, quote, the militant voice, the voice that would dare say what nobody else was saying, and it can't help but say it because it is speaking out of such incredible personal pain, end quote. That Dworkin had pain seems undeniable. She was eating to fill some kind of emotional void, but whether its sources were exactly as she claimed has never been ascertained. Many of her close friends and admirers were surprised to discover after her death in 2005 that for 30 years she had lived with and eventually married a man, John Stoltenberg. Stoltenberg claimed that Dworkin's gender radicalism saved his life and allowed him to be the man he didn't want to be. He published a book in 1989 called Refusing to Be a Man, which he dedicated to Dworkin. She often spoke of herself as a lesbian. As an anti-pornography activist, Stoltenberg used to offer college workshops in which he would invite men to assume the positions in which women were photographed for pornography in order to make them feel the women's humiliation. The very fact of Stoltenberg's masculinity-denying adoration for his uncompromising wife undermines much of what Dworkin claimed in her writings about the abusive nature of men, but that hasn't diminished her reputation as a radical truth-teller. In 2006, Ariel Levy claimed in the foreword to the reissue of Intercourse that, quote, Dworkin's profound and unique legacy was to examine the meaning of the act most of us take to be fundamental to sex. And she hedged that, quote, if you disagree with her answers, you may still find yourself indebted to her for helping you discover your own, end quote. This is Levy's attempt to distance herself from Dworkin's despicable anti-male generalizations while still praising the author's alleged insights. But Dworkin never examined anything per se. She pontificated, judged, and damned from her self-chosen pulpit as the excoriating prophet of male sin. and her encouragement to thousands of other women to hate with equal passion remains her destructive legacy, one that is as unhelpful as it is patently untrue.
Yo, don't be so loud, large and proud. False pride, hubris, love bombs, a billion cigarettes, extra large. We hear you coming, tsunamis and earthquakes. All of Canada shakes from Vancouver Island all the way to Newfoundland. Big beach, whale flips and flops. Land whale, garbage pail, Big Bertha, fatty for team of extra large, big ass hoe. Piggy, picking lipstick, she's just a big old bitch. Shit, goddamn land whale on the land, man, son of Sam, earthquake, body slam. She be rolling with Betty Crocker and Sarah Lee. She be fatter than a monster truck. Big old ugly, smelly fuck, bitch. Bitch ass bitch, fatty, fuck. Don't be so loud, Lord, proud. False pride, hubris, big old ugly, smelly fuck, bitch. Bitch ass bitch, fatty, fuck. Don't be so loud, large and proud. Love bomb. Off crowd. No neck, classless and spineless. Fat rolls like jelly rolls. You can barely even find my droopy dog tits. Bitch tits. Fuck shit, damn, man. Extra large loves to obsess and stalk. She puts that rumble in the walk. No wiggle, jelly rolls, jiggle in a sex. Dummy, you want a bet? Necklace, big fatty, not a real woman. She has her own zip code, she never leaves bitch mode. Angry, extra large, orders the menu at McDonald's. Super size is small, do what she needs size. Extra large, extra salt, extra large. Chain smoke, huff, puff, pass. Block out the entire sun with that big ass. Classless, loud, obnoxious, rude ass bitch be so nasty, crass. So crass, that's just nasty. A blimp on legs, pump a truck, shake witchy, bitchy bitch, torso bloated like a damn beer can. Don't be so loud, large and proud. Large and proud. Horse bride. Shut the fuck up. You witchy bitch. Fat ass bitch. Shut up. Shut up. And burn. Shut up.
God damn. I wonder which one's cankles are bigger. Which land whale's cankles are bigger? Look at the size of that thing. God damn. What kind of void was she eating trying to fill? I think they had to bury her in a piano case or something. What the fuck was the size of her casket? It must have been 5 extra large wide. I mean, Jesus Christ. It took a crane to bury that thing.
Hate with equal passion remains her encouragement to thousands of other women to hate with equal passion remains her destructive legacy, one that is as unhelpful as it is patently untrue. In the book Intercourse, Dworkin broke every rule of responsible literary criticism and cultural analysis, reading works of literature as if they directly reflected the author's mind. If the author described a character who hated women, that must mean that the author hated women and endorsed such hatred. But if some of the work seemed to have pro-woman sympathies, that didn't complicate Dworkin's argument. From the Dworkin point of view, A male author who wrote critically of women was a misogynist, while a male author who wrote critically of men was merely a realist, though likely a misogynist too. Women were never admitted to be capable of sadism, cruelty, indifference to...
What an absolute mental case. She's viewed as a heroine, as an idol for feminist women, young and old. Worship this 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 disgusting beast of a thing. They worship this huge thing.
To be capable of sadism, cruelty, indifference to suffering, or narcissism. Quote, women have a vision of love that includes men as human too. Men had only the choice they seemed unwilling to make. When will they choose not to despise us, she asked. Throughout the book, Dworkin always chose the most reductive explanations possible for male attitudes and responses, as for example when she claimed that, quote, most women are not distinct private individuals to most men. And so the fuck tends toward the class assertion of dominance. Women live inside this reality of being owned and being fucked, end quote. And, quote, the hatred of women is a source of sexual pleasure for men in its own right, end quote. And so on and on. The writing is at times incisive, but more often erratic, highly repetitive, and feverish, with chains of assertions carried along by Dworkin's exultant, self-perpetuating anger. It is testimony to the delusional bitterness of feminist ideology that such ranting has been taken as insight, and one need only read the eulogies upon Dworkin's death and the many commendations of her brilliance to see how many feminists are still unashamed to admire, even while denying, Dworkin's openly expressed hatred. At times in the book, Dworkin seemed to suggest that a sexuality of loving equality between men and women might be possible, but the only concrete example she was willing to provide was self-admittedly not equal but female supremacist. It was the model imagined by 19th century American feminist Victoria Woodhull, whom she called, quote, the great advocate of the female-first model of intercourse, for whom, quote, women had a natural right, a right that inhered in the nature of intercourse itself, to be entirely self-determining, the controlling and dominating partner, the one whose desire determined the event, the one who both initiates and is the final authority on what the sex is and will be, end quote. Here we see the deliberately asymmetrical logic of feminist rights advocacy. Only when women control sexuality entirely, even controlling its meaning as sex or rape, can it approach equality. At other times in the book, Dworkin seemed to assert that the physical reality of intercourse, which involved violating the integrity of the female body, made it innately unequal and therefore always, to some degree, an enactment of male power over women. In 1983, 500 men had gathered in St. Paul, Minnesota to hear Dworkin give a speech at the Midwest Regional Conference of the National Organization for Changing Men, now the National Organization for Men Against Sexism. The speech was called I Want a 24-Hour Truce, during which there is no rape. As the men might have expected, Dworkin pulled no punches, granted them no exemptions as pro-feminist men who wanted to change men. She ripped into them, telling them that if they thought the problem of misogyny and abuse and exploitation was out there, they were wrong. It was in you, she told them. Quote, the pimps and the warmongers speak for you. And she told them that as men, They were full of, quote, contempt and hostility in their attitudes towards women and children. She harangued them, derided them, and threatened them that if they couldn't end rape, at least for one day, they could never claim to believe in equality or care about women. They hadn't done it because they clearly didn't really want to. And therefore, she said, quote, the shame of men in front of women was an appropriate response both to what men do and to what men do not do. Until they could end rape and call off their side, as she called it, their shame and guilt were not good enough. That was what Dworkin had to give to men. Shame and guilt, endless denunciation, and the impossible task of ending rape, which she claimed was so little to ask. They could also live like her gay husband, writing articles and books about how they had renounced being men and encouraging other men to feel shame. And even then, they would have to look every day, metaphorically at least, as Stoltenberg had actually looked at a poster in his home that said, "Dead men don't rape," the poster that Dworkin had placed above the desk where she wrote her screeds. No wonder Stoltenberg couldn't bear to be a man. Even renouncing manhood was never enough for Andrea Dworkin and the legions of feminists she continues to inspire.
Rest in piss, rest in filth. I think even the earth probably rejected that thing and said, ugh, I don't want to eat that. Earth eats everything, but it probably didn't want to eat that fucking thing. That's what I imagine. The earth itself tried to puke that out. It didn't want it, rejected it. The earth itself didn't want to eat that disgusting fucking mess of Bextra lard. And I bet she's tuned in today. I wouldn't be surprised if she tunes in and sees the Big Mac Bextra lard. Look at this fucking thing. Ugh. Ugh.
Good evening. Welcome to another edition of After Dark. Tonight's subject, sex. What is it for? And with me to discuss that, I have with me, on my left, Julia Ronder, Edinburgh-born, 26-year-old psychiatrist in training at Brighton, having qualified as a doctor at the Middlesex Hospital. She's had a number of personal relationships, one almost ending in marriage, but in recent years has taken what she has described Anthony Bird, publisher's reader for Variety Identity.
Another big one. Roz. Oh my goodness. Roz. Feminism is just full of these massive creatures.
Life as a woman. As well as a contributor to a number of literary journals, she works as a publisher's reader for Virago Press. Anthony Burgess, novelist, essayist, linguist, composer, critic. The first volume of his autobiography, Little Wilson and Big God, reveals him, amongst other things, as a lover of women all over the world, with perhaps the sole exception being English women. All literary director. Andrea. Germaine Greer has described it, of course, is out this week in Britain. Germaine Greer has described it as the most shocking book any feminist has yet written. And lastly, on my right, Jim Haynes, lecturer at the University of Paris. In the 1960s, he edited International Times and launched Suck, inspired the Wet Dream Film Festival. The blurb of his book, Thanks for Coming, observes, to the tens of thousands who have stayed with, or talked with, or slept with Jim Haynes, he is simply a legend. So, Andrea Dworkin, sex, what is it for?
I think you should be addressing that question.
Oh, fuck. Oh, goddamn. Even the earth rejected this thing.
To somebody with omniscience. I don't have omniscience. I'm asking questions about the.
No one thought you had omniscience. They're always they can never give a straight answer. Feminists are very much like Talcott. They're psychopaths. Absolute psychopaths. They make the whole earth shake. Rumble in that walk. Bextra lard. Bextra lard. I hope that beast tunes in. I hope it gets upset. That disgusting, vile, hateful, Bextra lard liar. That's psycho.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sovereign Spirits, where we question religious and spiritual beliefs, explore ideas.
Wait a second, they're still together? I thought they broke up. Elvira is on the right, and on the left is Wayne's World. Wayne's World, party on, excellent. That's Wayne's World on the left. Remember him in Wayne's World? And that's Elvira. That's his girlfriend. I thought they were breaking up, they announced. They're still together. What's going on here? This is crazy.
Like reincarnation and hidden metaphysical systems of control, and focus on maintaining awareness, discernment, and sovereignty rather than blindly accepting any system or authority. We also explore ways to transcend these systems and use intention in a willful and empowered way to shape our afterlife as sovereign beings. I am Julie McVeigh, and I am here with co-creator and co-host of the show, Wayne Bush.
Well, hi, Julie. Hello, everyone. In today's episode, we'll be sharing the article we wrote a few days ago called Gnosticism, Another Layer of the Matrix. We will be referring to the article as we share this information with you.
In recent years, there's been a renewed interest in Gnosticism, evidenced by more Gnostic-themed movies and YouTube videos, as more people question traditional Christianity and explore the idea that reality may resemble a simulation or matrix. While Gnosticism presents itself as an alternative path to awakening, careful analysis from the perspective of sovereignty suggests several reasons for caution against adopting it as a predominant belief system.
Yeah, I've pointed out my differences with Gnosticism. I don't believe in a good God creator the way the Gnostics do, because to abandon humanity here would be abuse and neglect. Now, is Wayne pilfering from my channel again? He's had years to discuss this. Why all of a sudden are you critical of Gnosticism after I've been? Huh. Interesting. Isn't it interesting? He knows very well about the sanity machine. He knows about me. Both of them do.
System.
Where Gnosticism offers insight. Gnosticism deserves credit for questioning the idea that the physical world.
They go back and forth because this is all scripted. His part's written on the screen, then Julie's part, and then it's Wayne. Julie, Wayne, Julie, Wayne. Back and forth they go. They're reading from a script. Great stuff, isn't it? Why can't you just be organic and speak on a topic? Why do you have to script all this shit out? Are you writing the script, Wayne? Or is someone else writing the script and you're just a script reader? Like news anchors. They're just script readers. They're not journalists. They're script readers. Is that what you two are? Script readers? Why don't you come on my show and have a conversation where there's no script and you're not shown a list of questions beforehand? You'd have to answer on the spot. I don't think you can do that, can you? I don't think you two can do that. I think you're fake.
World was created by a perfectly good and all-powerful God. Many Gnostic texts describe a demiurge, a false or ignorant ruler who formed the material universe and trapped spiritual essence within human bodies, portraying the physical world as flawed or deceptive rather than ultimate reality.
Gnosticism also emphasizes awakening rather than blind obedience to religious institutions. By questioning the nature of creation, Gnosticism takes meaningful steps toward recognizing deeper layers of reality.
Still based on scripture and faith. Despite these insights, Gnosticism remains a religion based on faith. Its teachings rely on highly symbolic scriptures filled with abstract language that is often vague and open to many interpretations. Scholars and believers frequently disagree on the meaning of core concepts, much like in Christianity and other religions.
There is no clear method to verify the cosmic stories about emanations, divine falls, or hidden spiritual realms. These narratives must
Sophia, Sophia, the demiurge, Yaldabaoth. Yeah, it relies on faith and belief in creatures that we can't verify. Absolutely. It doesn't rely on what's observably true and experientially true. You have to have faith. So, losers that compare my model to Gnosticism are liars. And that's what fills up this realm. That's why this place is this way to a large degree. It's full of fucking liars and weaklings.
largely be accepted on belief rather than direct evidence or rational demonstration. Rather than offering a practical philosophical approach based on personal experience and reasoning, Gnosticism depends on ancient doctrine and sacred tradition.
A divergent form of Christianity. Gnosticism emerged alongside early Christianity, with both traditions developing from Jewish religious texts and ideas, though Gnosticism reinterprets shared figures within a very different cosmic framework.
In Gnosticism, the biblical creator God is recast as the demiurge, an ignorant or deceptive ruler of the material world. Above this figure exists the true supreme source, known as the ineffable Father or monad, understood not as a personal creator, but as a prime divine source from which reality flows and remains conveniently beyond direct involvement with the material world.
Angels are replaced by aeons, higher spiritual beings near the divine realm, while demons are replaced by archons who govern and control the physical world. Heaven becomes the pleroma, the realm of perfect fullness to where divine sparks return. Humanity's fall is mirrored by Sophia's mistake, which leads to the creation of the flawed material universe.
Many Gnostic sects still believe in Jesus as a divine messenger who brought saving knowledge, with some accepting his life, crucifixion, and resurrection, at least in symbolic form.
Overall, Gnosticism is another version of Christianity, preserving a similar religious structure of a supreme divine source, layered spiritual hierarchies, a fallen world, and a salvation narrative.
In Christianity, salvation involves escaping the earthly realm and reaching heaven through belief in Jesus. In Gnosticism, salvation involves escaping the material world and returning to the pleroma through hidden knowledge, often revealed by divine figures such as Jesus or through sacred texts that teach the path out of the cosmic prison. Some traditions even taught that specific symbols, ritual gestures, secret names or spoken phrases were needed for safe passage past archons guarding the soul's ascent through the heavens.
It's so cool to watch these two read from their screen. They're reading a script, and people love it. Of course they do. 1,691 views in 22 hours. 289 likes. My videos never get that, no matter what information I put out there. It shows me people love fakes. They love it. They love it. They love it. Keep following along.
The case for multiple independent consciousnesses. Gnosticism teaches that human contain divine sparks.
Wayne Bush worked with Forever Con Man, and they both laugh at the idea of ending this matrix and fighting back against evil. To them, that's laughable. They laughed at that idea of fighting and ending this matrix. He laughed and laughed. Both of them did. Both of them did.
Fragments of the one supreme source that have fallen into matter. This implies that individual consciousness is not self-existing, but derived from a single higher consciousness.
A more coherent view is that consciousness exists as multiple, independent, equal, and self-existing beings rather than as broken pieces of one cosmic mind. Everyday experience shows that individuals persist as distinct selves with unique perspectives and genuine choices. If all beings were merely fragments of one source, it becomes difficult to explain the consistency of individuality and real decision making.
An analogy.
Hey, I just watched this little clip. It is from NDE Research Project. I used to think this channel was run by Mark, but I don't know who runs this channel. But this is interesting.
Wayne, seriously, many people who feel that, you know, when they die, they're going to take on the Matrix. They're going to shut it all down. They're going to have a word with the bat phone, the Matrix bat phone. Oh, it's absurd.
Oh, it's absurd.
Yeah.
And I say to
You're
them,
just feeding into it even more.
Yes.
Just
And
still
what
buying.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen, Wayne? The Matrix is going to provide that illusion, right? The Matrix is going to provide, yeah, you're fighting it. You're fighting it. You think you're the first person out there who's thought about fighting this damn shit?
Here you go. But how many have actually tried to take down the Matrix? I'm going to get out first. I'm going to shield up, get myself out, and then see who's out there. Remember my superpowers, get my strength back, my memories back, then attack the Matrix once I'm outside of the Matrix, not from within it, not as soon as I get out of my body. He's misleading people again, Mark, forever con man. That's what he does.
Are you gonna talk about me again? Are you gonna talk about me again, guys? My big nose and my nasally voice, my tiny dirty hat. What do you think, Wayne? Dan, the yes man, and Wayne, do you agree with everything I say? Of course you guys do. Of course you do.
With the bat phone, the Matrix bat phone. Oh, it's absurd.
Oh, it's absurd.
Yeah.
You think you're the first person out there who's thought about fighting this damn shit? Come on.
Come on.
The people that are telling you not to fight the Matrix and not to save the trapped souls because you might manifest those scenarios are the same people telling you about the soul trap and Lush. Aren't they manifesting being soul trapped and fed upon?
Come on.
This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell, bitches. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
Analogy can be drawn to prime numbers in mathematics.
Selves with unique perspectives and genuine choices. If all beings were merely fragments of one source, it becomes difficult to explain the consistency of individuality and real decision making.
An analogy can be drawn to prime numbers in mathematics. Prime numbers are irreducible and form the basic building blocks of all other numbers. In a similar way, individual consciousnesses appear fundamental rather than divisible parts of a larger whole. This supports a plural reality composed of many sovereign consciousnesses instead of a single consciousness split into fragments.
How Gnosticism opposes sovereignty. Although Gnosticism speaks of awakening, it ultimately...
Are you going to follow behind weak, chubby Wayne Bush? He claims you can't end the Matrix. Are you going to follow defeatist Wayne Bush? Weakling Wayne, what are you going to do? What are you going to follow? Why is his name Bush? Is he related to the Bush family? I don't know. Just asking questions. Why do people follow these characters on YouTube? What is he pushing? Is he telling you that you can do anything? Or is he pushing helplessness that you can't defeat the Matrix? What is he pushing? What's his message? Is it empowering or disempowering? What is his message?
He rejects true sovereignty by placing the origin and authority of consciousness outside the individual. All beings are derived from the ineffable Father and exist within a rigid cosmic hierarchy of aeons and archons. Liberation depends on special knowledge, divine intermediaries, and navigating spiritual realms rather than on inherent self-direction.
Power remains centered in external sources, the monad, higher beings, and sacred teachings, rather than within each consciousness itself. While there are numerous Gnostic sects, liberation generally involves the divine spark's return to the pleroma, where it is reintegrated into the divine fullness.
From a sovereign consciousness perspective, consciousness is self-existing and remains permanently distinct and autonomous after death. Neither merging into higher unity nor submitting to an external ruler, but continuing as a sovereign consciousness capable of choice and self-directed existence.
Gnosticism also contains a major internal contradiction. It teaches that the material world arose from a flaw within the divine realm itself, yet proposes liberation through returning consciousness to that same realm and its supreme source, the ineffable Father. If the supposedly perfect divine fullness was capable of producing air, imbalance, and cosmic imprisonment once, there is no clear reason it could not do so again.
The presence of multiple intermediaries, such as aeons and archons, further suggests a hierarchical and unstable system rather than an ultimate reality. From a sovereignty perspective, true freedom would not involve reintegration into a system that has already demonstrated failure, but the continuation of independent, self-directing consciousness beyond such cosmic structures.
Gnosticism ultimately promotes hierarchy and dependence. While it encourages inner knowledge, this knowledge is usually defined and triggered by external teachings and texts rather than discovered independently. While it challenges the goodness of the creator of the physical world, it still maintains the same religious structure of external authority, cosmic intermediaries, and reintegration with a higher source, rather than recognizing each consciousness as inherently sovereign, equal, and self-directing.
Look at why can't this be hell? Look at life. Look at what it is. Look at what it has become. Who's to say that hell don't start on fucking preheat? Who's to say that hell don't start on preheat before it get to its actual temperature? Now you preheat the oven, it ain't as hot as it's gonna get if you putting it on 450 degrees. It's a preheat. So this life, you know, some of us that's millennials, we remember life when it was good. Maybe why can't this be a part of what hell was like? We remember life when it was good, and now we gotta live through how it is now. So we forced to have the memories of what it was like when it was good, and now we forced to go through life how it is now. Everything out of reach, prices is high, everything is unaffordable, it's chaos, people crashing out, it's violence. You know what I'm saying? Sex is just over sexualized, like it's just over, you know what I'm saying? It's like over fucking advertise, like it, you know, like everything is like, we in a crazy ass time. And who are we to say that we never been here before, or we wouldn't remember anyway? You know what I'm saying? People like be saying shit like they was here before, and then they remember who they was and what they was doing when they was here before, and they came back to tell us and lead us. Like, I mean, we don't know, but it's like we want to be told like lies and shit, or we want to be like lied to, because it like it's like it give us hope. You know what I'm saying? It give us hope to believe that it is a better day, or things to be better. You see people pray about it, and people do a lot of things to like keep hope alive. But if I'm being honest, like it's more stuff that's happened to me that I've seen that's happening in this experience of life that would indicate this being more hell, like more of a punishment than a reward. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
In Genesis, God created evil. God loves evil. God created darkness. God made hell. God is the devil. The devil. God's heart beats you down, down, down. Beats you down. His heart beats you down. Lucifer, morning star. Jesus, morning star. How they wonder what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little jar. Abominations, revelations. God loves demons. God loves demons. God rewards liars. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole. Liars. This is a hell realm. God loves slaves. God loves zombies. God will pay. God will pay. Fuck your guts. 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 Kneel and praise. You zombie slaves. Glorify and worship. Eat matrix shit. Praise God. Praise. Praise. Zombie slaves. God loves demons. God loves. God loves demons.
God loves demons. This is the Canadian Rod Stewart. Tommy Truth Dodgers. Tommy Truth Dodgers. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this creature here. He likes to play copyrighted music during his videos. He likes to grow marijuana plants. He thinks he's cool. He's an old man living in a junkie place. And he thinks he's cool. He likes to show his books. He thinks he's cool. He thinks he's cool. I'm going to keep saying it. He thinks he's cool. Tommy Truth Dodgers thinks he's cool. He thinks he's cool. He thinks he's cool. He thinks he's cool. And he's a loser. He's a loser. That's what he actually is. He's a hoarder and a loser. Room's full of junk.
Yeah. I'm out of the room.
Room's full of junk.
That's my, yeah.
Room's full of junk. Right? What do you have to say to the world? Tommy Truth Dodgers, Rod Stewart's, you Rod Stewart wannabe. What are you going to say to the world, you old bitch? You look like you went into a coma and you never recovered. You never came out of it. You're walking dead. You're walking dead.
Hope you're doing good, man. Love you. Peace out. Stay out of trouble.
Love you. Peace out. Stay out of trouble. You're like the Walking Dead. You're the ghost of Rod Stewart. Like, you fucking... How dare you make videos talking about me, you bitch. You fucking loser. You Rod Stewart wannabe asshole. Fucking loser. Anyway, he made a video somewhere about me. I'm not sure what he titled it. He said, I don't know what this guy thinks he is. He's got a harem, the king of cool, and he's just a fucking idiot. Fuck you, Tommy Truth Dodgers. Fuck you, you Rod Stewart wannabe. Loser. You look like the Walking Dead. You look like a zombie, Rod Stewart. You're a zombie, Rod Stewart. You're scary. You're scaring Aphrodite. She's shocked by your appearance. God damn. Get off the internet. Get the fuck off the internet. Weirdo. I think I'm going to end the live stream here. Aunt Jemima, yeah, I'm getting hungry. Aunt Jemima. Yeah, you want me to fill out my menu? Okay. Aunt Jemima said she wants me to write down what I want my servant to cook for me. I want her to cook up some food for me. Yes, massa. Yes. Get her to cook up some food for me.
Guys, welcome back to the channel. Hope you're doing really well out there in the simulation. Today I want to speak to you about hierarchy. This really is one of the things that underpins our problem, our issue, and could be one of the things that keeps us recycling back here lifetime after lifetime. Before I do, guys, don't forget to hit the like, comment, subscribe, and don't forget, if you'd like to work with me, check out my work on my website, transcendingtimes.org. Right, so think about it. hierarchy is everywhere. You know, we have kings and queens and government officials, and you know, and there's hierarchy within hierarchy. So within those institutions, there's, you know, you have princes and princesses, then the queens, then the kings, and then you have MPs, politicians, the lords, and then you have the prime minister. So it's constant like pyramids, and what happens is the people at the bottom automatically put these other people on pedestals because they're at the top. We automatically believe that they know what's best for us, or they can tell us what to do or how to live our lives. This is the whole authority, the illusion of authority, as I made other videos about that. And, you know, the idea that authority even exists is crazy to me. You know, the fact that people actually believe that others can tell them what to do and how to live their lives is a ridiculous concept. And especially when it comes to like people wearing clown outfits like police and things like that, you know, because they have this fancy dress costume.
Jugs. Yeah. Big jug. Tubby, tubs. Tony titties. Hey, big jugs. Movie. Moo. He has the movies. Tony has movies. Tony! Big jugs. Tony tubs. Tony titties. Milk that cow. Milk that cash cow. Shit sandwiches for sale. Big jugs. Tank top Tony. Selling milk. Got milk? Moo.
Moo woo woo. Moobies. Moobies. Tony.
They somehow, you know, have authority over us. It's crazy. It's the things that we have, you know, believe that the things that we have bought into basically is hilarious. So we have these pyramids, and then we have the rungs of the pyramid, and that we're all at the bottom, and then automatically we give our power away.
All right. Goodbye for now, everyone. Mad love to you. Mad love and strength to all good, authentic, true spirits. I might hop on later. I don't know for sure what I'm going to do yet later on tonight. It's a possibility, though, since I did this one during the day. I might come on around midnight or something. We'll see what happens. Anyway, take care, everyone. Happy Saturn's Day. And I will see you again soon. Bye for now.
Sanity machine. The sanity machine. The sanity machine. The hottest dream. Makes me can do anything.
The one.
The one true power. The one true power. The one true power. I am. Raven King. I can do anything.
The one.
The one eternal forever and ever. Ravens and crows, ravens and crows will visit you tomorrow. Tomorrow, you will say, you will say.
The darkest dream. The one true power. I am the Raven King, your darkest dream.
The power.
I am.
The one true power. The Raven King. The one. The one true power. There is no other. You play with fire. Psychos! Demons!
You play with fire.
The king approaches!